Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some beautiful Wano tournament action as we are going into the coverage of the silver division of the great PFI tournament, the Henne and Fat Kid International, and we are going to start on the lovely map of Omen with Flying Ryan versus Eggy. And this is a bit of an interesting pick and ban phase in this, where there are only two bans for each side before the first pick, but then there are another five bans for each side before the second pick. So the first map is supposed to be played on the most meta divisions out there, and the second one basically on more mid-tier divisions. And yeah, I'm once more joined by the lovely Chloride. And yeah, and that one is between Eggy and Flanrine. And the really interesting part here, and that's also why I'm gonna cover all of this, and I just realized the game already started. Did I have it on higher speeds? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then we will have to go back. Yeah, I had it on double speed. The first cast of the day. We're gonna go back into it for uh yeah. Gonna be back in a second here with the real start of it, guys. So, so yeah, the fun part of this is that both me and Chloride are playing in this division as well. I have live streamed my games already. Chloride has live streamed his. We will like to get around to cast our own games as well, but we're gonna start with some other people's games, both to just have some interesting casts, but also maybe learn a bit about our potential opponents here. And also, this is Silver Division, so it's not the highest level of competition. Um, so it's also good educational material for the average Wano player. And yeah, we are going back in here in a second. Now my problem has been rectified. I'm sorry for the short delay. And yeah, we're about to get into the game here. Second UK versus 4E. What do you think about this matchup?
And Delta, the right, the left defense, and the right at the offense. It's not really happening here. So Flying Ryan wants to strike into the middle of Bravo and immediately start dealing a lot of damage. And that is why it's very interesting. The second UK has traditionally one of the best infantry openers to exactly take over ground, such as the middle position. We're seeing only two SAS, so not committing completely into this, but more than enough to fight off any infantry threats, with a Challenger, two Warrior Milans, and a smattering of defensive weapons also going to counter this. Eggy is going to have to engage very carefully. There is more than enough damage and HE damage in this mechanized force here to take care of the expensive SAS units and then push through everything except maybe the Challenger. But that's why the Dutch have pretty decent air-to-ground aircraft. Eggy not really positioning units to start attacking the sides, though there is an SAS unit down south which could start and try to move into Gulf and secure some ground for reinforcement. So that option is still open.
Yeah, we also up north have scouts engaging KCT Vercanners. A Milan 1 rotating in on both flanks. I like the Milan 1 choice here, as that is good enough to deal with the YPRs. They only have 2 frontal armor, so you can one-shot kill them there. And the Leo 1 NLs that you usually see in the early game do take a lot of damage there as well. Obviously, once Leo 2s show up, then the Milan 1 starts to fall off a bit. But yeah, the investment in the Challenger 2, a curious one, but it might pay off. There are a lot of good targets for it around here. The YPRs here pushing around the flank. SAS in a lot of danger there in the center. As we have the first cluster bomber getting in, dealing good damage. Does it get out alive though? No, it does not, and only killing one Leopard 1NL with it. That is not a good trade. SAS in the meantime in the center here to get ripped into pieces. The YPRs there have killed the first one. As you pointed out, their early autocannons are fantastic. On the other side, the Warriors, quite decent IFVs as well. They have a decent autocannon. They have 3 frontal armor. They do lose out against the slightly better autocannon on the other side, though, usually in a 1v1 fight. So you usually want to use them in ATGM range, where their Milan 1 then can do the job. The Challenger here on a good path. Both sides start to lose some infantry here. YPR does get into range, but does get killed off by the Milan before it can get the kill there fully. Toe 2 here. Oh, the Challenger in trouble, but the smoke comes out in time. This Challenger is not allowed to die, and the F-16 is going for the kill, but it is not getting the kill. The smoke saving it there. F-16A at least will survive, but the Challenger 2 staying alive here is absolutely key for Eggy.
Yeah, Flying Ryan has most of the infantry squads in like fighting conditions, so they and there is very little actual HE damage being put out here by Eggy. Eggy really just trying to avoid direct engagements, and especially knowing how important the Challenger is. The Lynx rockets, which are being used to quickly bring reinforcements here, are interesting in that their rockets are actually way more accurate than most rockets in helicopters, which means that they can be pretty decent at suppressing enemy vehicles as well when they push. But that
Cheetah does go down. Those Cheetahs are fantastic AA pieces, the best gun-based AA in the game. So starting to lose them here allows potential future Jaguars to be a bit more effective. But yeah, this fight in the center, both sides seem to be fully focused on it. But Eggy currently gets away with a +2 just because they're a bit faster with the capturing of the zones. And they also try to do a really low effort push into the enemy Gulf zone in the south. Only 3 units there, but the path is opened by the SAS.
Yeah, importantly, not investing any points, but investing attention. Now, the fact that the British can bring out so many decent helicopter infantry units in the Chinooks and the Lynxes, if something would to happen, Eggy would probably be able to start pushing that zone. And right now in the middle, we're seeing the zero-vet Natres reservist infantry exchange fire with the armored rifles and getting completely shredded. The Natres are often brought at least at Veterancy 1, because you don't really need to have the numbers, in my experience. But the Natres can also be brought at Veterancy 2, which makes them potentially like a very cheap assault unit. Decent in these kinds of situations, because then they could fight off the Veterancy 1 armored rifles, maybe. And in this case, they're not being used to do that. Flying Ryan still pushing the southwest corner of the zone. The TOW 2 and the M113 CNV, very important. If they can start threatening with tank guns, especially, but ATGMs only.
TOW 2 flying towards the Challenger, but it gets the Leo 1NL beforehand. Only gets it in the front armor. Can smoke off again. the TOW2 now out of ammo, but the M113 CV, they're getting 2 ATGM units removed, really helpful. The only question is, does Flying Ryan actually have any infantry lined up for the south? And there is no infantry coming up. What Flying Ryan instead will try here is a more focused setup of leopards trying to push through that gap between the town and the forest, but the Law 80 is the biggest enemy of the Leopard 2. Really, the best weapon to hunt down those big cats with, as it is a fast-firing, high AP weapon with exactly 20 pen, which exactly means that a sight or rear
And
shot will one-shot the Leopard 2.
the air mobile pioneers, Flying Ryan didn't invest a single infantry unit to cover that forest that's so essential in actually keeping up the pressure. Air mobile pioneers getting a kill on the CNV, Flying Ryan reacting quickly and saving the cheetah and the leopard 1. But right now, that angle has to be open for these 2 leopard 2s to be actually valid, to be usable. If the fighting is going to happen in the center of the town, then the leopards are going to be a bad investment, because they're going to be surrounded from the left and right by both close range and ATGM infantry. But holding this corner that the air mobile pioneers currently inhabit would have allowed the leopards to fight on long ranges with cover and threatening the enemy reinforcement road. Like Eggy, Flying Ryan just a little bit too greedy on getting those 2 leopards instead of investing into extra infantry, a genie unit maybe. And meanwhile, Eggy actually manages to get both the rifles leader and now a Milan 1 into the southeast position, or the south position. And Flying Ryan hasn't committed any reinforcement to this yet, probably understanding that this kind of needs to be won on kills right now. If the enemy is allowed to, if second UK is this early on allowed positive trades, 4E is going to have a trouble actually getting that back.
Yeah, we
And
see
that is
now
why
Warrior engaging into the Leo 2s. That is not a good one. But maybe they can set up a good engagement for the Challenger or some infantry. Challenger versus Leopard 2 is now being fought out there, as both sides do smoke out there in the end. The Lynx Rocket not really a dangerous unit there. The Leopards, though, going in pretty much blind by now, as all the mechanized units in front of them have been destroyed. The Genius unload position way too far forward. Flying Ryan realizes that as well. And yeah, the lack of reinforcements to at least push back the enemy out of the south is a bit worrying, because this does look like a map that has a decent amount of zones and could create a pretty fast tick, and it can do that, but oftentimes this map is decided by a +1 or +2 tick, and Eggy currently getting 500 points head start there is a pretty nice one in the long run.
Yeah, finally an infantry column is going to secure the southwest corner of the middle, and meanwhile, Flying Ryan
we
has.
also see the Pito, a unit that got buffed lately. It now does deal significantly more damage per hit on the top armor, and it now 2-shots all the heavy tanks and 1-shots all the medium tanks. The Leopard counting as heavy tank here with 3 top armor, so but even that does get 2-shotted if hit by the Pito, no matter the angle. So even frontally. And the Genius here, they should unload. The second formation of Genius not unloading. That's a lot of dead units. TOW2 does go down as well. Cheetah at least does get the Pito, but now all the infantry that was supposed to get in front of all of this once more is dead. In the south, air mobiles do save the life of the leader from the YPR. The Milan 1 did went down, but Eggy does keep the tick up there as well. Does keep the +1 going. Because the Leopards, they need their assistance, and currently they just don't quite have it in the shape and form they need to. At least they're constantly firing. At least Blind Ryan is keeping them in the action. That is key. If you buy such a heavy tank, it needs to basically be permanently active, either repairing or back on the front line and fighting. There is no in-between when you do invest over 200 points into a vehicle like this. But the rest of the units currently not quite up to the amount of work they are supposed to lift.
Yeah, finally, a single Genie unit is sent in by Flying Ryan to recapture the southern position.
Oh no.
The
Leopard 1L does get hit by the Airmobile Pioneers, so another flanking unit there going down, and Yeah, one Genie. That will not be enough, as it once more is too far forward with the unload. That's an
Oh, there
issue.
is a Panther Infanterie as well now. So the 2 units with proper control and no reinforcements from Eggy might actually win this, but Eggy is sending pretty significant reinforcements. Warrior Milan, 2 Rover Milans, and a Track Rapier, and even Tornado HE hanging around here. And yes, I think if the Tornado HE destroys some of the infantry in the front line for Flying Ryan, that could critically slow down the attack that really needs to start doing some damage right now. Like you said, heavy tank investments are not supposed to stand around. Divisions that can do aggro better and have better scaling for the mid game with airplanes, for instance, can beat heavy tanks here. And Eggy doesn't really have a heavy air defense network, for
Oh,
instance.
the Tornado HE does get the Leopard 1 and L, does cripple one of the Leo 2A4Cs. It has to fall back, as there are now 2 challengers on the other side. So a single Leo 1 can't take that engagement, even if it's full life, and for sure not when it is down to only 3 hit points. It will have to get a repair, will need a Brethren on its side again. Leo 2A4B is moving in, so that can do it. The Genius unload position got changed, so it does not run into its death immediately. But an individual Genie will not be able to fight an airmobile and the SAS down there. SAS, especially after the submachine gun buff, really fully back into being an infantry powerhouse. Never fully out of there, but now they are really absolute terminators in CQC engagements. And he had a engagement here in the center going decently well for Aggie, whilst Flying Ryan tries to really open up that gaps on the southern part of the center zone once more, forcing more units in there, maybe trying to open up the road towards Alpha in the south here at the same time. And that could be a good idea for victory. Getting that +2 zone off the enemy can get you back quite quickly in the take game, but it's also a risky one, as it gets you closer and closer to the enemy air spawn.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Flying Ryan's Genie attacks 3v1 against British, and right now, Mechanized Force is moving southwest to try to stop this attack from Eggy. And with the Leopard 2A4, it might get something done, but it's really lacking on recon right now. Not a helicopter, not a CNV. There is a CNV actually, and it is moving against the scout, so maybe something might happen there. But overall, just getting rid of those SAS air mobile and armored rifles in this very close range quarters, it's just overall a task that needs to be done. It needs micro and a little bit of investment. Ooh, the Tornado HE does not drop its bomb, does not get the critical hit. Though, meanwhile, a small infantry squad is still holding Flying Ryan's angle against this reinforcement road. Eggy has very good positioning here for the Milan 2 and the Fox units that can use autocannons to support the air mobile pioneers that are going to be pushing in. And likely Flying Ryan's going to be pushed away from that position sooner or later. But meanwhile, just having the better fire supremacy, eliminating or stunning down one of the challengers or destroying one of them or 2 of them with a bomber here could still send in the actual mech advantage for Flying Ryan's favor. And the Milan
Oh
2s
no,
are
Flying Ryan did move the CV forward, trying to get into Alpha, running into a Rover Milan. So that push is stopped as well. Does not have a recon unit now as well, as the CNV that was supposed to now move up towards Alpha got hit by the cluster bomber. Meanwhile, the F-16 cluster in the center does get shut down, does not get a kill on any challengers. So the center will stay in this situation where both sides are heavily contesting it, but no side really has the forces to push through. And now a Leo 2A4C is pushing in alone without infantry support into infantry with low 80s. Yeah, 4E maybe not the right division for this map. Maybe if you want to play a Dutch division, go CLKA on this map, where you have the bit more infantry, where you have helicopters, which are really good on this map as well, where you're not as reliant on the Leo 2A4, because of all these bushes, all these sidelines, the side armor of the Leo 4 is really, really vulnerable.
Yeah, now Cried, that is a map for 4E. A lot of long distances, a lot of places where the the speed advantage can be utilized, and not really as much standing around as an omen.
Yeah, the Leo ones tried to get around. Leo 2A4 in the north still trying to use their gun, but you can see those 4 vehicles behind the enemy lines currently completely isolated. And the infantry scenario seems to be... I'm not sure if Flying Ryan is just running out of infantry or if he just doesn't feel confident in his own infantry, but you cannot win this game with this map without winning some infantry engagements, and we have not seen any of the infantry engagements being won by Flying Ryan. They did get some engagements against the SAS early on thanks to their mechanized forces, but since then, every single fight where it was infantry on infantry, it was won by Eggy, as the infantry is a good bit better, but it's also just more numbers invested in here by Eggy in the infantry fights compared to what Flying Ryan
Yeah.
is willing to offer here.
And for so long as these 120 millimeter mortars have been sitting here, finally they start firing again. One of them starts firing again. 120 millimeter mortars are currently overperforming a little bit. Maybe they have significantly better damage than they used to, and they, especially in these kinds of situations, concentrated a lot of infantry forces. Having them constantly firing would be the way to keep up your pressure, even when you don't necessarily have the infantry in the front line to keep pushing. That's something that I personally need to start doing. I really have been underutilizing the potential of the artillery, and though most people at this point understand that there needs that artillery is no longer optional. It is part of a healthy and balanced lunch. Not really a part of not really opener, not really a breakfasting artillery. But if you don't have it by lunch, you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Lunch meaning mid game here, like 10 minutes in.
And the +2 situation here for Eggy is starting to become a real headache for Flying Ryan, meaning that he really has to go to Alpha, and Eggy is starting to fortify there. Will likely have a plane or two by now ready in the rear, and at the same time, you kind of want to clean up Gulf. And yeah, there's just a Leo 2A4 here running around alone, and you never want Leos running around alone, because exactly this is what's going to happen. Their side armor is going to get penetrated by an evil enemy rocket, missile, or something else, able to blow it up from the side, and its side armor really is somewhat lackluster, allowing it to move towards things quickly, but that also means that it can get one-shotted really, really fast as well, and with that Leo 2A4B down, the situation in the south deteriorates even further. The situation in the center is kind of stuck as well, so I fear that Flying Ryan's situation here is not going to improve anytime soon, and with the +2 against them, that is terrible news. They're working hard on trying to remove all the enemy artillery currently from the battlefield, so that could be a long-time plan, but that long-time plan would be fine maybe if it would be a 0-0 currently right now, but it's not. It's a +2 with an already 1,000 point head start right now for Eggy, and we see a GG at this moment as Flying Ryan does surrender. A decent bit behind in the KD and even further behind on the battlefield here. They decided that this was not a match that they were going to win, and Eggy gets map number 1 here.
Yeah, I I feel like there was like the transition in not being able to take out the first challenger, the challenger 2, and then the heavy scaling right into like late game units such as self-propelled artillery and the 2 Leopard 2s. I think just using the forces on the ground and reinforcing with a little bit wider of a front line, a few more infantry weapons, infantry units, a few more stingers, even some stuff like this, just regular front line there that would have been able to support the leopards whenever the time came, so that there wouldn't have been air mobile pioneers hanging around doing side shots, so that there wouldn't have been rover Milans that just take out your units in transport. The 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 concentrated tank force plan should have to basically either transition into a stable mid game or a or start getting like really serious kills right in the opener, like actually winning the middle position with the opener push. That could have made it sustainable, and that could have maybe allowed for immediate transition into the Leopard 2s, but without the success in the middle, the immediate transition to Leopard 2s basically pulled out all of the supporting structures away, and Egi was able to exploit that, like very matter of factly, just get a wide front line, get in support weapons like the machine guns, get a lot of Milans, and just try to take as much ground as you can, knowing that your regular infantry units, a 9-man air mobile or air mobile pioneer, can easily 1v1 every single infantry unit that the enemy is bringing out. And also, having your front line be consisting of 0 veterinary reservists is not the best idea, because you're still going to have to move those guys up, and they're going to get routed when you're trying to push with them. So veterancy 1 at minimum if you're attacking with something. And, just overall relying on the incredible power of your autocannons. It's something that can break very easily with just one little like movement error, one little cluster plane coming in from the enemy. So overall, infantry divisions like Second UK just kind of rule the mid game, especially on this map.
Yeah, and yeah, that will bring us to game number 2, where we will see Brunette and 5th Panzer after a quick break, as all of these games are best of 2s. It is the group stage, so there can be a draw. That's the best that Flying Ryan could achieve at this point, or it will be a 2-0 victory for Aggie. Let's see how it all pans out. Quick break, and then we're gonna be back with the second match. So here we go, game number 2, and Liebhaber, thanks for the Twitch Prime subscription there. Thank you all for the support, as always. Feel free to leave a like on YouTube to support the channel, so more people see some competitive Warno action here between these lovely folks. And yeah, this matchup is an interesting one as well. I would not have picked those 2 divisions for this map, maybe. Well, especially not the one on the left, but heavy tanks on Thaler are always interesting to watch. But on the right side, we maybe have one of the best, if not the best, division currently in the game. In my eyes, Brunette is fantastic. And on the left side, we have 5th Panzer moving around a division that for sure never has been bad and currently is in a pretty good state as well. But obviously, always in the shadow of its superior brother, the 2nd Panzer Grenadier, that has been dominating Warno competitive play over the last 2.5 years, basically, by now. So, this,
And one ranked play as well. Don't forget about the ranked.
yeah, and both of these divisions should have an interesting time. The Spanish, a bit more flexible, so you get some nice units around as 5th Panzer as well. Interesting choice here with the M113 A1Gs bringing around the Panzer Grenadiers. Those are German M113s, so they don't get a 50 cal. They do get smoke, but no 50 cal, just a 7mm MG. But that brings them down to 15 points, so you actually save 5 points compared to a truck. You make them a bit slower though, and you obviously cannot sell them. In the south, really low effort defense. Milan 2, Wilhelmsburg Milan, and the Jäger Aufklärer. That is the basics. That should be able to hold off some light attacks efficiently and allows you to invest more towards that delta point. But on the other side, we already see a lot of AMX 30s.
Yeah, this is going to be the showcase of AMX 30 division fighting off the Leopard 1 component of the Leopard 2 division. Because the 5th Panzer, of course, obviously has a technological advantage here, but technological advantage matters most on long ranges, which Thaler does provide, but you kind of have to work for it with infantry play early on. So in many ways, I feel like this is a 5th Panzer kind of has to prove itself and do the standard 5th Panzer blobbing thing where you go into the middle and you get a combined arms of relatively mobile units like the Gepards, fire support tanks, regular tanks, mortars, and then limited numbers of Fernspare and Pioneer units handling the ground play. Whereas Flying Ryan kind of gets to play the field, having both very cheap AMX-30Es for just pure fire support. They don't have kinetic penetrators, so they're very inefficient against armor units generally. They get the forward deployment tanks, the recon tanks. They get the VEC-25s also, which are already engaging the Fernspare transport here, revealing that the infantry unit has landed. But if the Leopard 1A5s get good engagements and start getting kills on the Spanish mech, the Spanish will have to come from behind against a 5th Panzer that is bringing out Leopard 2s.
And the HR-15s are a bit late here. The HR-15s can allow annoying openers for the Spanish. Like, they're one of the big annoying factor, but they came in too late. They didn't follow the HR-15 recon, and on this map, which is a really short map, the Gepard arrives on the front line decently fast, and it arrives here fast enough to ruin the day. C12 does get a decent bombing run up there, does get one of the Gepards, but the Leo 1s are still unharmed, and the HR-15s all shut down already. A completely wasted investment there by Flying Ryan, as they maybe should have been used on one of the flanks. The MX-30 on its own, trying to push deep here into the south, is face checked by the Milan 2. Milan 2 can one-shot the AMX-30 EM, so you don't want to run into any of those. So that is a problem in the south. Blind Ryan here really overextending with that recon tank a good bit. And the central fight, that is going to be the big important one. And the MX-30Es, as you pointed out, they cannot fight enemy mech all that efficiently. You want to fight at their max range, where they are still somewhat okay. But if the enemy can push closer, can get the penetration number up, whilst yours stays at 15, then your damage will fall behind quite quickly. And yeah, Flying Ryan here already checked, and that's not where you want to be with the Spanish. They usually want to be the aggressive division that constantly open up new combat situations for the enemy, constantly force the trades, especially against a division that has the higher late game tier, but the lower early game formation quality.
Yeah, this is really Flying Ryan just sitting still in many ways. Like the missed investment, not knowing what to do with those helicopters, and then losing them immediately, not so they can't be used to support any of the attacks happening right now. There is a F4 fighter, which is going to likely target the HA-15, which is the ATGM missile. Now, the AT potential of the Spanish is in the BMR CC TOWs, which are maybe the best AT launching vehicles in the game. Doesn't have a machine gun, but outside of that, it is. And they are very much capable of even like one-shotting, I believe, the Leopard 1A5s. But these are very like kind of thin margins, the small areas, easily smoked out, concentrated forces, so the munitions vehicles can keep refilling the smokes of the leopards. Not necessarily the optimal environment here for TOW-2 missiles to be fired. Now, a advanced sub-Lear AMX-30 is coming in, which is more than capable of fighting the Leopard 1A5s, but it is also going to enter an area where the enemy has Fernspurs, so recon advantage. The enemy is spread out pretty widely, so the potential to flank or to uh, side damage increases. And the Jinetes unit, the recon attack going into northwest, is actually losing because the Pioneer Carl Gustav had such a great engagement against the Jinetes. And now the
Ooh.
reinforcements get out, destroy the recon tank.
Yeah, the
Yeah, the Spanish.
MX-30s did see the BO-105, the AA roll-on 2 ones, but they did not rotate to try to hunt it down, and that leads to this AMX-30 recon tank being lost, and those are crucial units. Losing them like that easily is pretty brutal. The Inetas getting overrun by that Pioneer in the range of in the shock range, where the Pioneer Carl Gustav get that significant damage buff. You can see it here in the stats cards. That is the extra bonus that they get once the shock activates, really significantly increasing their performance and just completely demolishing the one vet Hinetas there, which do not get the shock trade, even though they are bigger recon squads. And in the center, Leopard 2 does get a kill against the BMR. One Fuchs does go down on the other side, but the Leo does survive here. The MX-30s still trying to help out with the fire support. Have to be careful now. Both of them are pretty low. The supply truck only now on the way, not on the front line just yet. So the MX-30s playing a dangerous game. One more shot of a Leo 1A5, and they are going to be dead. But at least they start taking out the 7.6mm MGs. Those are replaceable units, absolutely, only 15 points, but you still want to take them out so that you get a bit more map control and that you take a bit of zone control away from the enemy here. Those 7.6mm MGs slowly going down. Alouette does go down in the south, but one of the AMX-30s does go down, one of the BMR does go down as well, so in the end, still absolutely trades that our player in blue will be happy with here. Absolutely something that Eggy can be fine with, but the MX-30 numbers do get pumped up again in the north, but once more, where are the SMG forces? Where are the reason? There is one Zapadores here, but the Zapadores are, in my eyes, the reason why this division currently is at the really strong point that it is. And like, it was a good division already beforehand, but they get a 9-man SMG squad. So SMGs currently are absolutely fantastic. You get them with an AT weapon as well, so you can push through forests quite easily. The enemy side does get a 10-man SMG squad with the UZ Pioneer Alflam Patrona as well, but you just get a bit more of the Zapadores, and then you can win the forest fights quite quickly. And Flying Ryan hasn't fought an infantry fight here. It's something that I have uh, observed in Flying Ryan's games in the past as well. He just isn't that confident in his infantry, and he refuses to play with it, but that obviously really reduces the available choices that he has to tackle any situation with by a significant amount when you aren't just capable of doing a decent infantry push into a position. And that, for example, leads to an individual AMX-30 recon in the south getting isolated and killed, like we just saw. And now the south is in the hand of Aggie, and Flying Ryan currently has the +1 take, but he's going to struggle to hold the South against the upcoming pushes that Eggy could set up there now.
Yeah, this is so far once like in the first game that we watched, it does seem like Flying Ryan goes in with a division that contests a central point with immediate opener attack, and then that opener attack just falls flat. In the first game, it did go a little bit better, but right here, it seems like immediately the destruction of the helicopters kind of froze the whole game and allowed Eggy to build up this front line here. The infantry attack going right in the center right now doesn't really have that many supporting units intervening. Only the Leopard 1 A5 is engaging here against a numerically superior force of AMX-30. Sublear going in and gets the kill on long ranges. Zappadora should be able to take this for the moment, and there are no immediate forces that could counter it. Pioneer Flampatrone being brought in to do that job, most likely.
Good
Now,
smoke there on the MX-30. Gets a hit on the Jaguar 2 already first. Is now pushing up forward. Has to be careful of the Leo 2 and the Jaguars in the north now, though, as it pushed a bit too far by pushing through the smoke. Does get spotted there. Good smoke on the side of Eggy. Both sides here playing well in those armored engagements in general. But yeah, Flying Ryan, that is where you want to be. If you get into the enemy forests here as the Spanish division, then you can bring major pain to the German division, especially because you get the C90 CR relatively cheap on your units. You don't pay all that much for really fast firing, quite high penetration, decent range AT weapon, and the Leo 2s and even like the Leo 1s and even the Leo 2s will fall quickly to those AT pen launchers. So the Germans cannot go close to any forest where they have to fear that you are in there with some Fusileros or Benitez infantry.
Yeah, but as I was saying, the actual thing that decides who wins this engagement or this battle in the middle is who loses the most tanks. And Eggy has lost repeatedly a bunch of tanks, and now the Sublear gets the shot off first and gets another one here. The Jaguar 2s are relatively lightly armored, so the AMX-30E managed to do the damage in here. And even though the Pioneer Flampatrone just barely managed to destroy the Zappadoris unit, the West German infantry has supply and reinforcements, which supply only now coming in for Flying Ryan, with infantry reinforcements still a little bit far behind. So Eggy is right now in a position to start pressuring this, try to force the enemy and start taking out some of those kills after losing so many key mechanized units. This is it's kind of necessary. So now Eggy's forces are pushing up northeast, but with the stronger infantry, larger infantry squads, and a lot of 50 cows with the BMR PPs. One of the best named units in the game, by the way. BMR PPs, very, very destructive, brutal units that can be micro to basically win any infantry fights that the Spanish would get themselves into. Also, the BMR lags, carrying the lag 40 millimeter grenade launchers, very well represented in the Spanish divisions. And right now, lag might get into a position where if the Jinetes or something can spot enemy infantry, they can be immediately done a lot of damage by only a 45-point unit. The lag now opening fire.
Jaguar finds an MX-30. Good smoke there last second. Ehrlichen does get gunned down there. The artillery play here by Eggy has been pretty decent with the M109 in the rear. The Zaplear, though, gets into the range where it can use its coaxial 50 cal quite efficiently, but we have the first Layer 2 on the battlefield, and the AMX-30 EM2 is not smoking off, so finally Eggy gets rid of that annoying tank in the tree line, and whilst we see Flying Ryan pushing forward with some BMRs, with some AMX-30s through the south, is trying to open up a road towards Charlie here. A bit of recon is lacking with this push, but the MX-30s might find a Gepard here. Ooh, Eggy in a lot of trouble down here, but so far is keeping the AA alive. But the infantry of Flying Ryan starts to get pushed back by the Pioneer Flam. We see a lot of fire here. The Ehrlichens start to get gunned down by the M109 howitzers. Does get the second Ehrlichen gun there as well. Milan 2 versus Leopard 2A3 here. gets the frontal hit, does bring it down to half-life, but will have to disengage now as the Leo 2A4's next shell likely is going to kill it. No, it does miss! The HE shell flies off just a bit too far, and the Leo 2A3 might go down for it! Oh, this is a crucial kill here. Unfortunate for Eggy, really good for Flying Ryan, taking the first Leo 2A3 immediately off the battlefield. It got the sub-leer, but still getting it killed that quickly really allows Flying Ryan to keep the pressure up here in the center, where his AMX 30s are just superior to their Leo 1 counterparts, no matter if 1A1 or 1A5. And the situation here is not getting any less intense in that center anytime soon.
Yeah, Flying Ryan's attack in the towards Charlie, or the pushing through against that first pair and then diving in with the vehicles trying to get the Gepard, that overall kind of failed, largely because there was no infantry force to support this. Infantry only now arriving once again, and it's not moving to take the southwest corner of Delta. And Eggy was floating a few points and managed to get a really fast, very powerful counterforce there that might actually start attacking with numbers, considering that Flying Ryan still is lacking a lot of recon on in practice. And oh no, in this close ranges, the AMX-30 M2 gets taken out. Second AMX-30 on long ranges can fight back. And finally, Flying Ryan
Oh no, the Leo 1A1 there is in trouble as well. Does the AMX-30 get a double kill? Leo 1A1 does get behind one small tree pocket there and can block the line of sight, but the Luck 40 did even do more damage there on the side armor. Leo 1A1's side armor so fragile that the Luck 40 can do some damage there. And the MX-30 does not have a stabilizer, so you usually don't want to use them on the move. They are really agile little tanks though, and able to engage the 7.6mm MG there. Pistoleros in the self, constantly trying to still figure out if there's an opening for Flying Ryan, but he lacks the combined arms there for now. Is investing into it now. Has his own M109 now on the battlefield. So far, Eggy, that M109 really has done a lot of work. That's, in my eyes, his MVP unit so far. Whilst the center fight keeps going Flying Ryan's way, really showing the power of Pernetta. It can replace losses so quickly, and 5th Panzer so far just can't quite keep up with that.
Yeah, the M109 finally being brought out here for Flying Ryan, but missed its first counter battery, and showing here that Eggy most likely is going to rule the artillery wave so far. Once again, another infantry attack right through the middle, but under heavy mortar fire from the Panzermörser, and with the artillery just taking out basically everything that gets spotted by the Fernspeer that gets put too close to the sidelines here. Eggy is playing very much to the type, limited infantry forces, but a lot of mech support and potential, constantly building up this mechanized force of
the Jaguar 2 being the killer that it is supposed to be, gets an AMX-30 here, can one-shot frontally kill them. I believe it even got a side shot there. Doesn't matter when that TOW 2 connects, everything in the arsenal of the Spanish will evaporate immediately. And that's an annoying issue here. Also, Flying Ryan has not mixed the Zapadores with Fusileros or the Zapadores AT, so the M113s and other light vehicles in the forest can stop them for now. Now the Fusilero is trying to move in. Luck 40mm does get shut down by the M109. M109 on the other side, on the side of Flying Ryan, now trying to counter battery. It's a 1-vet M109 versus 0-vet M109s on Eggy's side, meaning that it has a bit better aim time and likely will get a couple of shells on target before the M109 on the other side can fully get away. No, not quite. Will still aim a bit too slow. Yeah, that's where you want to have the leader unit on it to just get it 2-3 seconds faster on target so that you can get stunned, so that you can get the kill there. That's not the case just yet. Meanwhile, the south does get fully assaulted though. 3 AMX-30s have arrived. The Henitas have given the line of sight onto the Milan 2, and this is going to be a real problem for Eggy now. Brings the BO-105 forward, no AA on the side of Flying Ryan, but potential F-18s in the sky. The F-4F can't compete with that once those show up. So for now, the BO-105 can stop the MX-30s. They need to smoke off here, otherwise they will die to one hit of those Hot 2 missiles as well.
Yeah, the PA-1 should be able to push the AMX-30s back for now, leaving the Pioneers Flam, which are kind of superior units in this situation, to fight off the Spanish infantry. Ooh, Tornado Cluster doesn't get a show-off, but also it reveals there is no air defense. The C-15, aka Hornet, is coming in here and challenging the cluster, and if it gets the kill here, that would be very nice to completely destroy that investment. But oh no, the F-4 Phantom goes in and immediately takes out the F-18. And meanwhile, the Eggy's big attack is moving up here in the middle. Both the Fernspeer pushing the north side, second Fernspeer not yet moved into the destroyed habitats of the Lag 40 earlier, and with significant weaknesses in core units here. Constantly another subleader getting taken out by the artillery. Just inability to really reach to do anything about the enemy artillery, and also continuously still attacking. This has depleted a lot of Flying Ryan's forces. And even though the southwest attack seems to be working out so far, you're still very close to the enemy spawn, and the enemy spawn can bring out basically anything very quickly. And right now it's bringing out Marder Milans, which will be nice in setting out around alpha position in the forests, where they can use their Milans to threaten the AMX-30s further, and also an AA gun coming in from Flying Ryan, a high-tech AA gun, to start defending this attack. Overall, I don't think Flying Ryan has the juice right now to both hold the middle and push southwest. And I think this is going to be going with kills, by kills to Eggy.
Oh, the
And Eggy's
subclear
Leopards here are
can't
ready.
quite keep up the shots on the Leopard 283. Got too heavily stressed out. It got the Leopard 283 with a good couple of hits at the beginning, but the Jaguar 2 finishes it off in the end, and now the center is really, really vulnerable here for Flying Ryan. And the southern push nearly in shambles as well. He has brought up an Ehrlichman now, though. He has brought the helicopters around. I like the HR-15s here, bringing a bit of stress to the other side, but the F4F is moving in to do some work there too. The Santana Mando moving in, gets shot at by the MG3, but that gets revealed through that firing, that the AMX-30 EM2 can shoot back at it, and will get the full capture here, as the CV on the other side went down. That will create a +3 here for a while, until the Jägerführer has arrived in the middle, and that will get Flying Ryan a bit more of a advantage here point-wise, which might become quite relevant here, as this game likely is going to go a good bit longer here, and currently the momentum is starting to shift towards Eggy's side, especially with the trades in the middle starting to shift further and further into the favor of the blue player, especially thanks to the M109s.
Yeah, the +3 should really put a little bit of fire behind Eggy in fully capturing the middle here, and seeing likely at this point that the Rolands are under threat by infantry, and the Zapadores are the only units fighting back here. This is not a great position for Flying Ryan in the middle, and probably just full on retreat and trying to build a force that can contest the zone later instead of trying to hold it. Most micro should be used right now to secure the southwestern attack. And in the south, currently the Spanish have evacuated the town and are now trying to get the Oerlikon, which is being slowly pushed into a position where it could participate in the fight.
Yeah, Panzer Grenadiers pushing through the open. AMX-30 does get spotted by the BO-105 again. Ehrlichman is only firing onto the infantry, not assisting the AMX-30. That is not getting killed there, because it must have been a near miss. The missiles are deadly when they directly hit, and they get a second hit there, so the MX-30 does go down in the end. After all, one Layer 1A1 does overextend in the center, so the Milan 2 does get a side shot there still, but no infantry here currently in the center at all. New Fusileros on the way, as everything is running away from the Panzer Grenadiers. The tick will be reduced to a +1 here in a second. We have another C-12 bomber moving around. Not the most efficient bomber. 6 227 kilogram bombs, meaning that it has a pretty long reload time, but not the most efficient damage output. Ciplier does get another one of the Leopard 1A 1A1s. Like, yeah, those only effective against the MX-30Es, not effective against the EM2s. And Gepard and Panzer Grenadiers overextending a bit in the south and the center as well. So in the end, a couple of good trades here for Flying Ryan, but the positioning is getting further in favor of his opponent. A Leopard 2A3 routed in the south, though. That could be fantastic. Flying Ryan now with the focus fire does get the kill on it. Leo 2A3 does get shut down. The 7.6mm MG does get shut down as well. Really annoying losses there for Eggy in the south, who is trying to get the control over that situation again. And if there's a bit more focus here for Flying Ryan in that southern part of the map, then they could get control over this town again. As we see some MR13s moving forward, will run into a Milan 2. Just trying to figure out what this whole situation is over there. Mother versus MX-30s with a deep push there through the forest, but no recon units here around for Eggy. And that is a big issue. Not able to spot the tanks in the other tree line. And new units have arrived for Flying Ryan in the center. So currently, Eggy, the forces that Eggy has brought around in the south, likely the only one that they can bring around in the south if they don't want to lose the center again. They will likely have to reinvest into the center in the next couple of minutes again.
Yeah, this infantry counterattack from Flying Ryan here, as long as the Leopard count can be brought down a little bit, AMX-30s are fast enough and capable enough to do all the damage necessary here outside of the Leopard 2 in the northern side, but fortunately there is only a Leopard 2 in the northern side, not on the southern side, which is where the AMX-30 Mando seems to be going, maybe, and Sublier arguably as well. Yeah. So southern flank attack coming in here for Flying Ryan, it seems. And on this area, there are less ATGMs, so that is probably a decent idea. But the not having the air supremacy, not as the Spanish, knowing that the enemy is running cluster bombers and could be running a cluster bomber, and overall just the situation of attacking a wider front line of a heavier tank div, you cannot lose enough to completely lose the game. Like, Flying Ryan has to remember that they're winning this by 700 points right now, and with only 14 minutes left, if this attack becomes a little bit too ambitious and doesn't get called back early, if it goes bad, this also could be a moment just for Iggy to fully win on kills.
Panzer Grenadiers do finally get in range for AT launchers against the MX-30, EM2, and the Toa Ito in the south. So the siege position that Flying Ryan had there on that southern hill finally gets broken by those infantry units. A costly push for Eggy so far, but they now have enough to completely stabilize the south. Only need to get the CV in there. It has not moved in there just yet. That obviously is a bit annoying. Is now moving in. Will switch around the +1 pick into the favor of Eggy. That's only 40 points per minute though, so that's not a lot just yet. They would like to get more here for sure, especially as the center at any moment could just get stopped again. Pioneer Carl Gustav pushing in against the Fusileros. They are a shock infantry unit, so they get extra damage on their weapons here in the shock range, and yeah, the AMX-30s getting hit quite hard there. Carl Gustav dealing a good damage, getting the AMX-30 EM2s. Both AMX-30s EM2s go down. The recon situation here for Flying Ryan falling apart as well. They don't have any recon infantry anymore, bringing around the EM1 recon tanks now. But yeah, that push back in completely collapsed Pistolieros not capable of dealing with the Pioneers. You would need the Zapadores for this, and they are not around. The M109s of Flying Ryan not really having done all that much against enemy positions, nowhere near the amount of work that Aggie has done. And the biggest crime of Flying Ryans here, buying a rocket launcher and not firing a single shot with it. This could do a good amount of work on this map, but maybe you just don't buy it and you invest the 240 points into a tank and some infantry, and that for sure does more than just leaving a rocket launcher in the rear. It finally goes to fire now, has a decent target. They got buffed lately. Before it was 1.4 HE, now it's 1.54 HE, and they also have slightly bigger AoE per hit, so HE rocket launchers now a good bit more efficient. We will see what they can do here against the Leopard 181s and the retreating Martyrs. Likely this damaged one in the front is going to die, and yeah, the other one that was nearly full life in trouble as well. No, he doesn't fire all the rockets. He only fires half the rockets, leaving the Leopard 181s just barely alive there.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of munitions here coming in to do some repairs, but probably not enough here. As if the fighting is happening right now, this does kind of take these Leopard 1A1A1s away from the fight. Though, the Jaguar doesn't get a hit on the sub-layer, and Milan too gets a counter, tries to get a hit on the Jaguar, putting it down on low cohesion, which is where a really bad place for an ATGM unit to be. And counter battery does not hit the Teruel, and Teruel is ready to fire another salvo of 20. And the Lag 40s and the AMX 30s on long ranges are doing a pretty nice damage on the West German infantry. But just the numbers here, and now with the cluster plane going in and getting not both, just only one of the recon tanks here, but coercing the second recon tank to also take a little bit of distance away from front line here. Eggy already sending in just units to find out where the ATGM line goes.
C-15AT does get a gap guard, is getting hunted down by some AA missiles though, and the Roland 3 in the end does find a kill here. The MX-30 with the Roland 2s on the other side, not as lucky. The Jaguar does go down in the center. Zapadores have returned here now to try to deal with the Pioneers, but they're running into the Martyr's autocannon and the Leopard 1's gun instead of getting into an infantry engagement, at least allowing the Milan 2 to get some shots out here, and the Sablier and the AMX-30s getting involved as well. They don't find a single hit here with their main guns. As the Zapadores getting into gun range. Sablier is really not lucky at all here. The Fuchs Milan finally goes down, one of the Martyrs finally goes down, and the Leo 1, okay, does get got now too, as finally the hits get around. Sablier on the move, not a good idea. It does not have a stabilizer, so on the move, the accuracy is basically non-existent. But yeah, once it stands still, it does become a lot better. The CV does get hit by the rocket artillery now, and does get killed by the rocket artillery. So this might be the moment for Flying Ryan. He's getting back to a +1 here with that CV killed in the middle, and only needs to keep that tick up for a bit longer to be on a really good spot towards getting the tie here in this series. MX-30 EM2 does get the kill against the Transport Panzer Fuchs. Ehrlichen under fire. Southern situation. Will we see the counter push that is needed here from Aggie towards the enemy zone in the south? As Aggie kind of needs the center and something else. And the push instead is coming in the north. Leopard 283 gets a lot of assistance there. And Flying Ryan, not quite realizing this in time, is now trying to get an ATGM vehicle around there. Is likely going to try to throw an HE plane on top of all of this as well. Jäger Aufklärer under fire there. Does have good line of sight on it. Will get the kill against the Aufklärer at least. But there is a Leo 283 leader there. The C-15 here, F-18 fighter, out to deal with one of the F-4Fs. Is turning into the enemy AA though. And likely gonna get shut down, heavily damaged, won't play a role for the rest of the game here, but does get the F4F damage on the other side as well. So that one is out of business. for now 2. Leo 2A3 now pushing forward. Santana Mando in a lot of danger. There is a Gepard that still has a bit of ammo left in the north as well. We see a missile flying. The Leo 2A3 does smoke off, pushes through the smoke, needs to get in. We will need to see a tick here from Aggie that is more significant than a +1. At least stops it now, but 700 points in favor of his opponent here, and only 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and +2 means 80 points per minute. So if you get 6 minutes, that is around 600 points there, which would get pretty close to a draw. And Eggy is going to achieve +1. Eggy is going to get a Leopard 2 in here, which might actually get into a really bad position against this Milan 2. All right.
He gets a seat in the middle though, and he might get the next CV into the center now as well. Would get him up to a +3. So Blind Ryan needs to prevent that center from falling towards the enemy or capture back the north. The north does seem unlikely. Fusileros at least getting into a decent range, getting a shot off with the C90 against the Leo 1A5, but good and quick reaction here from Aggie. Aggie overwhelming the Fusileros, pushing it back. Well, we see the rocket artillery there, firing onto the Leo 2A3. The Leo 2A3 not reacting immediately. Might get got by it. Rocket artillery will hit all around it. Oh, it's close. Yeah, it does get the kill. And we have an AMX-30 moving in there, but there are a Panzer Grenadier and a Jäger Aufklärer, and no recon units here, no recon helicopters or anything like that for Flying Ryan. So that AMX-30 EM2, which does have pretty low side armor, is in danger there of falling in the northern fight as well. Really, really close fight. +3 about to be achieved here by Aggie, as the MX-30 EM2 has to be really careful in the north. Jäger Aufklärer still moving around. Is there a new CV on the way to the north? No. But at the same time, Aggie now trying to find a way into the south. Milan 2 does miss the M113 Aufklärer here in the first run. We see Martyrs and Infantry pushing towards that zone as well. We have another AMX-30 EM2 CV towards the center. Does not get killed off here. Does get the kill against the Leo 2. And could move into the zone again. Needs to move into the zone again. Flying Ryan just needs to keep the take away from him. But the Leo 1A5, the infantry all died in the north. But the Leo 1A5 pushed the AMX-30 Mando away. Does get killed. But the Mando needs to move in there. Flying Ryan needs to reduce the take. Loses his one CV tank in the center. Has another one moving in. Just kind of needs to smoke RT it and get in there. But he does not have any smoke mortars. He does not have any shots left on his M109s. And he does not really have a great angle towards the center. Leo 2A3 leader trying to go for the +2 zone in the rear here. The Mando moving forward. All the infantry there in the that tried to get good eyes for the Leo 2A3 started to get taken out. Leo 2A3 leader pushing forward. Mando pushing in the north as well. Will likely get into their zone. Whilst the MX-30 EM2 does get the capture in the middle as well. And no CV there right now. The Leo 2A3 did push onward already, so the take will be stopped. At the same time, so little left here Flying Ryan in the south. He still has a Mando there left as well that maybe could get into Alpha, could sneak into Alpha. It's a really, really close fight. Rocket artillery flying towards the north. Cluster artillery will find the CV in the center. C90 maybe could find the Leo 2A3 leader. That Leo 2A3 leader is not allowed to get into the +2 zone in the rear. If that happens, then we will see a victory here still, but only 3 minutes remaining, still 400 points to go. Pick only about to start for Aggie again, as the Jägerführer is going towards the southern zone as well. That will enable a +3 again with the capture of the middle. There are no CVs left here for Flying Ryan, and Flying Ryan needs to get more reinforcements to stop that push in the middle, that Leo 2A3 from reaching the +3 zone. Has a MX-30 EM2 on a decent spot to maybe ambush the Leo 2A3, moving in there as well. Has an AT plane, but the AT plane too ambitious there. Where is it going? It gets a Leo 2A4C, Leo 2A3 in the south. Leo 2A4C does get shut down as well. but he only needs to stop that Leotoy 3 from reaching him now. I'm not sure if he's going to win. He's at least going to get a tie if he keeps it at this. +3, 150 points. That's, that will be a tie situation here if it stays at this.
Yeah. Down southwest, that AT plane getting that kill could have actually allowed for the Santana Mando to go into the zone, but Flying Ryan repositioned it and is now driving into the arms of the Panzer Grenadier. So maybe just maybe actually losing the game just with that single order. Of course, not all the information was available, etc., etc. But it was funny to watch in live. And now finally, Leopard 2A3 getting into the more important zone. No, it is stopping once again. And yeah, maybe if Eggy had actually just driven into the back point originally and not gone back to reconquer Delta, that could have maybe also given just a little bit extra to win this. And right now,
Eggy
with 1
is
minute
getting
left,
into the zone. Doesn't lose the CV there. The Mando is moving back in there. +5 is giving him a good fast tick here, though, with 1 minute remaining. And is going to get him for sure close to that point. And yeah, with only 1 minute remaining, even the +3 will get him now over the line. That's 120 points. So that will get him there as well. The Mando just needs to drive towards the center now, but it won't really matter. At this point, it will be a draw between these two players in the second game, which will mean that in general the series is a win for Eggy, but it will maybe be important for potential tiebreaker for both players as well. Not quite the clean win that Eggy could have gotten if they would have gotten the full breakthrough, but also obviously fewer points than hoped for Flying Ryan, but maybe just enough to get them into the playoffs if there's another player that then has everything else equal to them. And there we
yeah,
go.
this is
40 minutes reached. Really equal in KD as well. And yeah, a draw here right at the end.
yeah, I think there was a blunting of like Fifth Panzer got that really nicely early on. Like the sides were not really pressured successfully by the more aggressive division. The center was not didn't face an infantry attack that would have forced Fifth Panzer to start buying infantry before it had scaled enough mech forces to fight to be superior to the Spanish mech. And like you can look at the first kills here, like the HR-15s getting taken out, and then VEC-25s also like recon vehicles, very essential there, getting taken out by well-positioned and technologically at least a little bit superior West German units. And in the mid-game, when the West Germans started pushing further east, that is when the positioning the technological edge wasn't there yet, and the Leopard 1A5s, a lot of them were lost by just pushing into AMX-30s that were in the correct positions and would engage 2v1 sequentially and then move away. And this was something that artillery started countering. The very good ATGMs started going under constant artillery bombardment from the West German side. And it took a long time for Flying Ryan to start countering this artillery. I'm not sure if any of the artillery pieces were ever destroyed, but just by getting damage on them, you lower their like performance significantly by lowering their cohesion. And Eggs was running 0-vet artillery pieces there. And yeah, overall, I would say that just more concentrated aggro gameplay onto the sides, having the helicopters attack the sides instead of the center could have allowed the Spanish to start the map out on a better
Yeah,
step, so
or
to speak, on surer
flying
footing.
aggressively in there with the helicopters right at the beginning so that you killed the Fanspeer. Because the Fanspeers did a lot of heavy lifting there in the early game,
Yeah.
allowing a lot of shots to be killed. But there was not enough decisiveness for what this map allows. Like, the map does not allow a big window for the helicopters to actually do work. They have a couple of seconds, and if you don't move them in there, then you just should not buy them, or should move them aggressively on the flanks. But you cannot move them in the center after the first 20, 30 seconds. And Flying Ryan just a bit too slow there with the movement of the helicopters, leading to just that opener not quite being good enough. They got quite far in the end, though. The tutorial here really showing that rocket artillery can do its job now, but just starting to fire a bit too late there as well. If there would have been a couple earlier salvos on some crucial points in the self, on some CV units earlier, then they likely would have gotten the extra points here to get them over the victory mark. It was a really close game. Eggy here fighting back nicely in the end, using the artillery really well. Losing a couple too many Leo ones in the early stages, but really doing a good job at cleaning up the infantry later on. And a fair draw here in the end, and a really good little victory here for Eggy, getting a good step closer to the playoffs. And with that said, we are through the first series, but we are not finished for the day. Next series going to be Super Xavi versus Arval. So quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with the second series of the day. Um, So here we go. The second series of the day. Aval, aka Chunbek versus Super Shavi. And we are starting with HDR London versus 27 guards on Thaler once more. 27th guards and HDR London 2. Quite interesting division with some solid mechanized core and a good variety of units. Obviously, the left side has the slightly heavier tank with the T80s versus only a couple of challengers on the right side, but you have a bit more flexibility when it comes to the infantry tab and what you can bring around there, good guards and so on the side of Super Shavi. So this should be interesting. Also, Super Shavi, Eugen's own, so Eugen employee here once more showing up and enjoying the gameplay here. Gonna be interesting to see how they will perform here against the really old classic mechanized formation of the Soviet with the highest quality of units that the Soviet Union has to offer. BTR 80s, BMP 3s, and all of that. That needs to build up a bit slower than some other decks, but once it gets that war machinery going, is starting to be a real steamroller.
Yeah, this matchup is what Russian nationalists pretend to think when they wanted to declare war on NATO in like 1991 with Serbia, and this is the matchup they fantasize: the next generation 1990s regular Motostrelko via Divizia pushing into London and facing the ragtag defenses of the empire that completely fucking blasted them in the Great Game in the 19th century. But going back in the game, 27th here, like I think we are seeing the stabilization of Thaler as a more heavy and slower map. Because when the map was added, obviously everybody figured it's an infantry map. You go into the center and you win these towns. It's an infantry map. But with people learning kind of the strategic and tactical importance of different tree lines and how quickly the game can actually switch, especially in the mid to late game when everybody has positions all around the place, by just moving a single recon unit from one tree line to another, or just holding one corner with a recon unit that your enemy has not spotted yet. And Super Xavi, and I think that opens up a lot of potential for heavier divisions to play and win with overall just good positioning and kind of responsible micro. And Canbeck here playing as what was the name again, Protos? Do we say Canbeck?
Yeah, Chanbek.
Yeah, Canbeck here is not opening with any armor and no T80s, no BMP3s, no BMP2s, and that's pretty damn aggressive. And when you play aggressive with 27th, you are going against the superior aggro, most likely. The superior aggro here is going to have these very fast rocket/machine gun helis, the Argentinian War loot, as well as 9-man Carl Gustav shop resolute units, the guards units. Like the British should be able to just completely dominate the early game unless Supexavi's positioning, unless Chanbek's positioning is something completely different.
Yeah, we also see a tornado here, so the life of the Mi-24K is in danger there immediately as well. It would even lose a gunfight. No, it would not lose a gunfight because it has the gun pods, the 93mm gun pod. The normal Mi-24 loses the gunfight versus the A109 because the 50 cal of it is weaker than the Special Forces MGs on the other side. Tornado versus MiG-23 is not a decisive engagement, and we have a T8M here immediately coming around to follow up onto that MiG-23. Does get a kill against the Fox and an A109. Might get a second one here. Yeah, on the ground. Oh, this T8 was a masterful investment here on the side of Chanbek. Might get a third kill here. Third A109 being targeted. The sniper on the ground immediately getting killed. Oh, this is a disaster here for Super Shavi, and that T8, a fantastic investment, shooting missiles against the ground targets here as well. Starstreak now firing onto the Mi-24K. Mi-24K in trouble as it gets shot from both sides, and the A109 does get the kill, but not before the Starstreak falls as well. So forces of Super Shavi here reduced by a lot. Guards Carl Gustav get killed on the ground in transport as well. Absolute disaster for the HDR, and now it's going to be really annoying to try to come back from this. Starstreak firing on the T8M. That's a modernized S225 though, so it has slightly better ECM and does dodge the first missile, does get hit by the second, but will get out alive here. And oh no, this is disaster for our player in blue. The MP2 engaging in the north as well will hit the MG 7.6mm there and will finish that off too. Humber CV gets overrun by the BTR-80. Schanbeck is playing as aggressively as he needs to play to win this fight. Guards Carl Gustav moving forward. Fox is trying to rescue the situation, but that T8M just brought absolute havoc to Super Xavi's line, and trying to stabilize from this is not going to be easy. At least you have some cheap units that can bring your combined arms back into business. I feel like trying to play a bit of an air game here might now be the way for Super Xavi. Trying to play the Tornadoes, trying to play with the Canberras. So you have to be careful because the other side has good AA as well with the Taurs and the Strela 10M3s, and so the Tunguska's there as well. So
oh no, the Spetsnaz spotting in the guard reinforcements in here, and the Motorosvedka might actually get them, and
they
does not
just in
get them in
time, but they
transport.
will get stressed out here quite quickly as they
2v1 engagement also.
Yeah, and
3v1.
the BMP2 does get involved there too. So yeah, Super Xavi has to slow down a bit, has to set up a bit more, and then try to figure out how to poke some holes here into the enemy's combined arms without getting any more losses. Like how
the Centurion attack coming in here with the radar optics Fox spotting for it is a decent counter against these two infantry recon units, and the heaviest artillery behind them is the BMP2. So the challengers might actually get in there, but once again, the guards unit was necessary. They needed that infantry recon to actually make this very efficient and to keep up the attack. And meanwhile, the Spetsnaz supported barely by the Plumia, barely outside of range, unfortunately, Plumia, and they are fighting off the second infantry unit, the second Guards Carl Gustav unit. And overall, like, even though the Super Xavi is absolutely not in a bad position here. Oh no, losing the Fox recon. Oh, now they're in a bad position. Now everything, if the BMP2 is moving in to start threatening.
Yeah, they were in a pretty bad position before. I would say they are now in a pretty terrible position. It only takes one or two T80s now to completely lock them out of the center, and everything else is set up now by Schanbeck. Like, this is the position that you want to be in with 27th, not having lost much of your early game units, so that you can now unlock the next tier level. The Taurs on the way. Next, the T80s will be on the way. And Super Xavi has not found a way to actually kill any important units. Hasn't been able to deal with the recon, hasn't been able to deal with the AA, hasn't been able to deal with the infantry. Like, just no kills here on the side of Super Xavi. And he is supposed to be the division that is bringing in the early game aggression, and he has lost that. And there are some tools for London for the late game. You have a good artillery piece. You have some decent bombers there as well. And you have a lot of tanks. But it's not on the same level as the opponent on the other side. So losing the early game towards 27 is putting you in a world of hurt. And I'm not quite sure where Super Xavi is going to try to set up the next fight. It seems like it's still going to be the center. I feel like you might have to swing for something a bit wilder. Maybe trying to push through the north. Maybe trying to push through the center forest. But just going for the nether clash in the center is just not going to do it.
Yeah, the perma clash gets, like I said, the perma clash is won by Schanbeck when the first T80 starts firing at the Centurions and Chieftains. And the Centurions and Chieftains are moving back west, southwest, which is because Schanbeck was pressuring a little bit towards Gregory. And now with the Fox recon units being out here already, the Chieftains could maybe get some damage done here. Conqueror's M's on long ranges are very good here, considering the Centurions are debilitatingly slow off-road, and the Chieftains aren't really that much better with 40 kph. But if Janbek's forces in front of Fedor gets taken out, if the combined arms gets disrupted before this T80BV is going to arrive, then something could start happening for Super Xavi. But he really just needs to stop losing units right now. 3 more infantry units are going in here into the middle, while the Nona SVK eliminates another recon infantry unit. And recon infantry units are very important when your enemy also has them. And when your enemy is going to be shooting at you at medium ranges with ATGMs, that your tanks cannot survive.
Yeah, this swing fire is at least eliminating one of the Conqueror's M. Centurions now trying to get into the corner there again. And the infantry now pushing forward through the southern part as well. 30mm grenade launcher there, doing a lot of damage towards one of the 7.6mm MGs. Petra Dredka likely over time will get overwhelmed here by the 7.6mm MGs and the Terrier Pioneers pushing it. Whilst we see more infantry here pushing forward by Super Xavi. But if he can kill the first TADBV quickly, I feel like he might be quite back into this game. He has gotten a couple of more important kills lately, and he has gotten that position in the middle. 30mm grenade launcher now under fire by the AS-90. That's the artillery piece I was talking about. A rapid-fire self-propelled artillery piece, which with 150mm, 5mm can do a good amount of damage here as well. So that Lamia likely gonna die to that shot. Yep, there we go. So Super Xavi fully back in the center now, but the T80 is aiming already onto a chieftain here. And Centurions and Chieftains just can't do anything about that opposition. You see the Chieftain has aimed on this T80BV, but isn't even firing because it has no chance of penetration. And the Spetsrat Redka moving around the side. Centurions are not made for this fight. And no smoke left on them, meaning that they are just left out to die. So that little tank push here of Super Xavi falling apart already again. And with that, the trade situation once more shifting in the favor of Chanbek in this fight. Harrier HE moving around, will try to get the kill there, but Iglas and Tors are ready already on this map. Setting up the AE network for 27th is relatively easy. You don't have long range, but you have really efficient AA pieces with the Tors, as they have 65% base accuracy, second highest accuracy of any AA piece in the game, and a pretty quick rate of fire on them as well.
Yeah, and infantry force here without any kind of support is only going to survive until they are spotted. The T80s are not going to be moving into regions where the Carl Gustavs could start doing side damage to them. And Chanbek here is kind of has been using artillery to keep opening up the southwestern point of Gregory. And I think it is smart. It's smart. Just keep attacking on the area where you can kind of finish the game. And the Otodinelny Podetsky unit, the AT unit, is going to be cutting the reinforcement road into Gregory like any minute soon now. And even though technically the zone is now for Super Xavi is now on under blue control, there really just needs to be some Motostrelki units to draw on some fire, and then the T80s can start applying pressure. And that dealing with that pressure, just removing those T80s in a way that doesn't lose you too many units, is going to be the key to win this at this point. And the T80s can be lost by mistakes. They can take side armor from swing fires, from Carl Gustavs, from Milans even, and all of these units are being brought out here, Milan, swing fires, and Carl Gustavs. But, is the first hit happening right now? No, it does not hit. Does get a stun though.
Ooh, and it does get a side shot. Swingfire does get the kill there against the first T80. Chanbek overstepping their welcome there. This is the kind of hit that Super Xavi needs. Second T80 BV there, taking a pretty aggressive path there as well. The guards Carl Gustav could maybe ambush it, and then the Centurions could push close enough to actually be able to deal with it as well. This is a really ambitious movement path there by the T80. The guards Carl Gustav not quite recognizing what kind of opportunity they got there. Not pushing up north just yet. Super Xavi missing out quite big there with that guards Carl Gustav staying where it is right now. But there's a Milan 2 now moving into the center. Oh, likely gonna get shut down by the BMP2. No, the autocannon misses all its shots. The ADPV does get close enough to one-shot the Chieftain Mark 1-4 though. Milan 2 now firing against the BMP2, but the guards Carl Gustav not moving up north saves the life of the TADBV here, and with that, the TADBV will get out of there after getting rid of some Centurions and some Chieftains. So in the end, a great trade here for Chanbek, but mostly just because Xavi allows it to happen this way.
Yeah, and the kind of passivity on Super Xavi's part there, I don't think the massive damage of getting rid of one of those T80s did come as a surprise, and the units to exploit that weren't necessarily in position yet. But now the Guards and the Rifles are engaging the smaller Soviet infantry squads with less infantry weapons as well. And the Rasvedka BMP-2 could be taken out in just a moment here. Also being threatened by Guards Milan. Now, Super Xavi here taking a little bit of risks, losing a Ferret swing fire into the Rasvedka BMP-2, but still seems to be able to clean up that angle. Now, the problem is that there is a T-80 that'll open fire anytime the infantry moves just a little bit too close, and that is increasingly happening like right now. The second T-80 reinforcement has now arrived to replace the first one that was lost, and they're still kind of moving down southwest, going into Gregory, and maybe Chanbek feels that is the softer underbelly right now, where points could be achieved, especially with the OP units in the backline. But so far, Super Xavi is kind of managing to stabilize here, doing artillery duels successfully, taking the attention of the Hyacinth, and the Nonas also haven't been firing that much recently, which speaks of Chanbek's situation here.
Yeah, Wessex HC2 here actually being used as fire support with their Mac MG, pushing back some infantry here in the center, dealing a bit of damage, and allowing the Terrier Pioneers now to get on target there a bit more as well. So you want the Wessex to survive. Using it a bit as fire support is fine. In the end, the Motostrelki RPGs will be caught by the Centurions. Conquers BRDM2 does get a hit, but not a kill against the Centurion. Next missile won't be able to get onto target, as we have some Nonas here moving around to deal some damage. Issue is just once the T80 number hits 4 or 5 on the battlefield, then there is really little you can do. As long as it's only 1 or 2, there are still moments where you usually can create situations where you can overwhelm them. But once the number gets too high so that they can cover each other and rotate for each other through the front line, then the game will start to become really problematic for Super Xavi. So they need to find a way of keeping the number of TADBV relatively low, either by killing enough other units or by killing TADBVs directly.
Yeah, a Starstreak LML, a high-tech, kind of a short-range AA weapon getting taken out by the OP right now.
Yeah, needing 2 shots there. Let's see how quickly Super Xavi will realize. Okay,
oh,
you realize
another T80!
And
T80 lost on long ranges against the swing fire and a Milan too. Big loss. Like the maneuvers down southwest are not working out for Chanbek.
Yeah, we see an AS90 getting some decent shots out there as well. The Kremlin pick engaging the pushing forward. Saperi RPO trying to get into the corner of Boris as well, but failing to do so. Kremlin pick there, this little interesting British looking vehicle. Like that's how I would describe it. Like, this is key British armored vehicle design, plus some cages on the side. Boxy and not really the most pleasant thing to look at. Not quite
It
sure
looks
what
like
it is in
the
British armored vehicle design, but they never are capable of making anything actually good looking. But at least it has its own unique style.
Yeah, I think it is. It's the same thing that is with the Saxon, and then also the modern one that they've been using since the 2010s. Is that these are all like military policing vehicles? They're colonial vehicles. So the hostility, the use case of these vehicles is such that it kind of seeps into their design and makes us justifiably think of them as impersonal and hostile and something that needs to be taken out, much like an automatic camera that follows you. Like people automatically react to the design as they understand the political power structures behind it.
The Wessex is not the most beautiful helicopter as well, but that at least looks somewhat cute.
Yeah,
Wessex
it is
really,
shaped like a French.
yeah. The air intake in the front, really interesting one as well. But is hunting down the AT team here in the rear, is keeping the AS-90 safe, which does allow the AS-90 some more counter battery action. And the Nonas not moving here. Nonas are fantastic because they usually are insanely hard to counter battery, but Gunback not rotating them around here, losing one of them. So nice little victory here for Super Xavi. And yeah, with the number of T80Vs reduced to only 2 on the battlefield, now a third one, another CV version arriving on the battlefield. But just as the Canberra is coming around for one of them again, and it gets its bomb drop on target, T80V not moving out of the way, so it's down to 2 again. And that's really where Super Xavi wants to keep them at. MiG-23s, 2 of them dealing with the tornado. Likely one of them dying for it. Yeah, there we go. Repair FSB1 getting the kill, should immediately move out of there. Nonas and the artillery pieces here of Schanbeck. Yeah, Nonas immediately aiming for the rapier, but the TADBV number down to 2 again, and that's really the just about the number where Super Xavi still can deal with them on the front line. So situation with the +1, with 500 points advantage, actually starting to look more and more promising from HDR, crawling back from that really brutal early game.
Yeah, this is like John Beck. I wouldn't say throwing out the mid game advantage there when the tanks started coming in, but really just not focusing enough on the use cases. Like the counter from Super Xavi was so direct; it was just swing fires, recon, and Milan twos, and all
Too
of
bad
those things.
PTR-80 won a 1v1 against the Fox there. Fox just not getting stressed out too quickly, and that now means that there is little recon in the north, and the BTR-80 also helping out with the spotting for the T80BVK. T80BVK trying to get in, but we have another Harrier getting on target, getting the kill. It gets killed for it. The Taurs are relentless. They get everything killed in return, but they did not get the stop this time because they were just a bit too far behind the lines. Harrier this time around getting onto target before it could get killed. So situation here still annoying for Chanbek. We have another T8, or the first T8M returning now to the battlefield. Firing onto a Fox, will get the kill there. Will it find more targets to shoot at? Currently no AA in the north here on the side of Super Xavi. As 2 Challenger, Challenger and the Chieftain arrive. Tornado AA moving in. Has to be careful with the Taurus and the MiG-23 though. Only gets a single hit there on the MiG-23 and the T8M. Might get the... no, might not. Does not get the MiG-23, but it's dying to the Taurus. And the Taurus is doing their job once more. Next tornado shut down. Canberra HE being called in against one of the Tor positions, actually. But Tor will get a missile out here beforehand, before the bombs get on top of it. And the Canberra does go down as well. This is not a worthwhile trade either. It does get the Tor, but it does get killed for it. And it's more expensive than the Tor AA system.
Yeah, Super Xavi's infantry pushes have managed to basically control Janbek's front line here. Janbek has a lot of these 30mm guns and limited numbers of infantry here. And in every 1v1 situation, the guards will be superior if they're given the proper conditions. Now, John Beck has focused on an infantry assault squad with the Saperi RPO specifically to fight their way back into the middle, where the enemy doesn't really have that much fire support overall, but the continuous sending of units down southwest into Gregory, where they are flanked by this very wide front line of cheap scouts and very effective long-range ATGMs, and I just kind of hate to see the loss of fire supremacy to the point where the Centurions can even start pushing past the middle zone when T80s are constantly being sent out into those like less critical angles. Of course, in the middle, there's also a bunch of Milans and ATGMs, but there are still artillery. Nonas and Hyacinths and Acacias could go and just concentrate on the ATGMs
The Canberra
in the middle.
survives with 1 hit point, does eliminate the infantry pushing towards the center. TADBV in the north once more in danger. Swingfire does get a hit, but the Chieftain and Challenger push back on the other side as well. Issue is that the center is not being retaken here by Chanbeck. Has another TADBV moving in. The AS90 here doing a really good job not getting caught by counter battery. Me-24 meanwhile though stopping the push towards the rear zone here, towards center, completely killing off some tanks on the way there. But yeah, Super Xavi now using the bigger flexibility of HDR London quite well. The cheaper, easier to reinforce forces, including the helicopter infantry that can be brought up to the front line a bit quicker in the Wessex helicopters. And he's now trying to get rid of that TADBVK in the middle. Airmobile Terriers, though, a bit too direct in that approach. AS90 nearly out of ammo, but could still maybe fire a couple more shots on that TADBVK. Milan 2 and Milan 1 opening up to the TADBVK, forcing it to smoke off, which will allow the Airmobile Terriers there to move in and get the Carl Gustav into a good spot. So +1 will return for Super Xavi in a second here.
Oh no, the Elite Challenger is engaging 1v1 against the T80, and even though both of them got a series of misses, the T80 is now a little bit stressed out and actually smokes itself out. Now the Spetsrosvedka is left without immediate fire support. Harrier going after and successfully targeting, not killing the T80 leader. Now Spetsrosvedka getting taken out by the British tanks as the T80 focuses on eliminating the 12-man zero-vet Airmobile Terriers and the two Challenger Chieftain force now not managing to destroy the TADBVK.
Go down. The Chieftain only has 16 10 heat rounds, so it will take another 3 hits to kill off the TADBVK, which likely is not going to happen here. Yeah, it does get penetrated by a TADBVK disengaging. The second one moving around, finishing off the Chieftain, and now Super Xavi in a world of danger there. Lost another Harrier here in the northern fight. TADBVK in the middle, pushing forward as well. The AS90 hasn't found any good hits lately, and the kill feed is full of blue units right now. Super Xavi's line about to break. The T80 number has reached 4 on the front line. That's 2 more than usual so far, and that really starts to show in that kill feed as the units that can deal with those TADBVs have mostly gone by now, destroyed either in the air tap or the ground units. The Challenger has been killed off. The missiles have been, the missile vehicles, the ferrets have been killed off as well. So this situation here, really, really painful right now for our player in blue. Lynx Alarms moving forward, another ferret string fire, a couple more of the Centurion Mark 13s moving in.
Oh no,
and
the
TADBV is overstepping once more. Rifle Patrol not finding a side shot there. Would have been a kill otherwise already. The second Rifle Patrol trying to move into range, will get into range. First TADBVK does go down there. Lynx Alarm is getting into the range to fire an ATGM there. Will find the TADBVK as well. Yeah, Chanbeck with just a bit too little support once more. Igla and the MiG-23 will find a kill against the first Lynx Alarm, but only one TADBV is surviving over here. Centurions already pushing in as Super Xavi Lynx is overstepping towards the Taurs, towards the Strellas. Hawk, E1AAA does get shut down by it as well, but the T80BV does get overwhelmed by Centurions, and that means that we have really few T80BVs in general left here for Shanbek, and with that, the 700-point lead here of Super Xavi becomes more and more important.
Yeah, just without those, without going into those infantry weapons, those 13 pen laws, not the law 80s, which are the super powerful ones, but just the regular law launchers, the tank supremacy would have kept on happening, and it would have been very difficult for Super Xavi to keep pushing there and destroy those planes with destroy those tanks with the helicopters and air. But like you can take one of them out with the helicopters and maybe, but there is some air defense. There's a Torch, there's a fighter, there's an Igla, there are some 20 millimeters even. But with all three tanks lost, there is no way Janbek is actually ever getting that Gregory point at this point. The momentum was lost there, and another challenger is being brought out into the middle where it will be able to attack the wounded T80BVK currently holding the zero tick situation. Now, Motorosverka are attacking the rifles leader, and they might be able to win this, at least they will be with any kind of support. Rifles leader and Motorosverka both veteran C1 units, so they'll be pretty equivalent in this, with a similar number of light machine guns as well, machine guns.
Yeah, rifle leader there in a lot of trouble. Wessex infantry bringing more infantry forward to the front line. We have a Bloodhound here in the rear, but supply truck next to it already exploded. Another AT unit trying to get onto the reinforcement road. As we have 11 minutes here, sorry for that, guys, remaining in the game, and Bloodhound does get killed off there as well now. And Super Xavi's air really not cost efficient here. Scumbag just needs to find a way to either get full on control over the center and then push on from there, or finally clear up the north. The 700 points advantage means that he already needs more than a +1 here, but even a +2 will soon not be enough. He finishes off the CV in the middle, so he will get the +1 now, as a Challenger Mark II does arrive there. Wessex helicopter is being used a bit too aggressively, throwing away 45 points. That easily is not great, but we have AS-90 in the rear, re-aiming, going for the counter battery again. Single one though, not gonna be doing that all that efficiently. Hawk AA planes running down the Mi-24, but not able to kill it, and they will go down here against the Strellas and the Taurs. So the Mi-24V can be repaired, still has its Kokon missiles here, and that means that the North is basically on lockdown for Super Xavi as well. Can't advance back into the outside of his zone, is basically caught in that zone for the rest of the game, whilst he has to try to keep that center zone contested. Challenger Mark II pushing in there as well. At least a couple of red units being killed. Acacia actually does get killed by the counter battery, but the southern zone is a complete fortress, so yeah, the game likely gonna be decided around the Gregory point now.
Yeah, and the tank reinforcements, shockingly, are not going into Gregory, despite it currently being under assault by the BMP2s and the Mi-24Vs. The maneuver command vehicle will be able to get in there, but and there are no infantry units left, no units at all to stop this. Hellarm is getting bought in here, but Super Xavi is too concentrated in finally capturing back the middle here, and maybe is actually willing to just let that point of Gregory go. I don't know though. I was predicting that there was no way Chanabek is getting back in there, but that was back when I thought that those tank reinforcements were going southeast and not just east.
Statue 23 is stopping the Emerald Terriers here. Centurions and Chieftains pushing forward, trying to get back into the middle, as we have Humber FFRs under fire, guards Milan 2 getting killed off there on the way in, and with that, Schanbeck is taking full control over the north. Helicopter does get shut down as well, and the Xavi is losing complete control over this game now. About to be down against a +3. That will be 120 points per minute. That will be enough for Schanbeck to win this game at this point. And I don't quite see how Super Xavi can change this by now. He does not have the infantry. He does not have the support units anymore. His air units have all been decimated at this point. And we see another Centurion Mark 13 command here trying to enter the center, but just what can they achieve when there are still T80s on the other side? The Centurion Mark 13's command cannot really hold out there for all that long, as there are a lack of infantry. BMP2s with their Conqueror's missiles can be really deadly as well. There is no AA left in the middle, so the Mi-24 could rotate there any moment as well. We have an AT unit getting towards the rear here, and even the potential here for Schanbeck to push into the Elena +2 zone relatively soon here as well.
Yeah, this is I would say that this is like Super Xavi's final forces being used to try to wrestle control for the middle instead of just trying to play for time was the mistake here. The late game capacity, not just of the existing ATGM wall here, but also the fact that the British aircraft have not been performing well, and the British air defense has been slowly sniped out by the Hyacinths and by the Nonas and all the rest of them. I do think that the just not realizing what the weak underbelly was, and like Schanbeck properly understood that the enemy, or I don't know, maybe just the bet on the fact that the enemy was never going to focus on Gregory as much as the middle, as long as the middle was being challenged. But maybe Super Xavi just didn't understand how many T80s were lost in the pursuit of Gregory, and by the time it actually gets realistic to conquer that point, Super Xavi doesn't really have the understanding of where the enemy has been concentrating their forces all throughout the game.
Yeah, they
I think
also
that's
have
maybe
just lost the recon component to their forces. They lose complete vision. They only had a couple of tank plops running around. The air investment did cost them a lot in form of support units on the ground. The AS-90s here did a good job of counter-batterying, but they never really got around to deal with the frontline units, and they were always trying to play catch-up to the early game losses. You don't get a massive recon tap in that division in the first place if you start to lose all your sniper, or if you lose all the snipers in the first 30 seconds of the game. On top of that, then it starts to become pretty grim quite quickly, and by now the tick here is just too fast. Super Xavi trying to desperately get some ticks here online with some Gazelle, but at this point they have basically no forces left on the battlefield. Also, yeah, I told you about the that I wanted to keep the sides
oh
the same as in the early as in the previous game. That's why I had
yeah, that may have been the moment when I just ran the bathroom in the start.
as we have T8Ms pushing forward towards Centurion, getting some kills there, and yeah, there we have the victory. T8M does get the kill in the end and finishes it off there. Super Xavi here, far behind in kills in the end, as Schanbeck does play that early game really well. Had a bit of a hiccup there in the mid game, but once the forces, the combined arms, was back online, and once he started to take out the recon component of Super Xavi's game, and Super Xavi played this blindly, this game completely slipped out of grasp and out of reach for Super Xavi. Really, the moment for victory in my eyes was when the TADVV overstepped in the middle. If he would have gotten the kill there, he could have pushed through the supporting units of Schanbeck likely quite easily. But after that point, the heavier division just starts winning on Thaler if you let them get the combined arms fully online. And yep, deserved victory. That opener was fantastic by Schanbeck, and Super Xavi just wasn't quite prepared for a T8M just shredding everything. So yeah, quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with match number 2, game number 2 between Schanbeck and Super Xavi. And the second game, we see Super Xavi taking a map with Urban Frontlines, a map that I miss quite a lot in the ranked pools. I enjoy this map a lot. I have played it in a tournament as well before, whenever I get the chance. And TKS is a really nice pick for this map as well. It brings the port deployment to contest the important buildings. It brings helicopters to use the relatively wide part of the map. It brings good infantry with good SMGs for the fights and decent AT weapons as well. The light tanks can push through the longer ranges decently well as well. And you have good artillery to finish all of that off, and bombers that can drop from far enough away so that the enemy A8 is usually not reliably getting shots off with all the weird buildings that block line of sight for long range AA on this map in the middle. On the other side, first Canadian, a really unique division. And what do you feel about it as a pick on this map here?
Yeah, so First Canadian is probably most famous for its capacity to bring out bullshit. And when we say bring out bullshit, I mean the minigun equipped recon helicopter with its friend, the CH-135AT. AT here in the Canadians' unique case, meaning 80 rockets. So 12 penetration rockets fire at pretty damn accurately, both from Hornets and the helicopters. The damage that can be done, especially to units transporting in, but also to basically any vehicles, is quick, and it can be drastic, and it doesn't really need that much micro as long as you have made sure that the enemy doesn't have AT or anti-helicopter AT in the repeated vicinity. The Canadian infantry is good, and right now they have been added the CGHE, the Carl Gustav HE launcher, which is excellent. Currently, arguably maybe the best infantry fighting weapon in the game right now. They have a bunch of pretty nice machine guns. They have infantry that can en masse that has the ground surveillance radar, the Recce GSR, and they have a very solid Leopard 1 tank tab with no infantry fighting vehicles to speak of and no tanks that are heavier than that. Compensating with a lot of these cheap ATGM cards, we can see the M151A2 ITOs, which are already going to be taking a lot of ground out there on the map. But basically, yeah, and also very fast, very competent infantry transports, the Grizzlies. These are only infantry transports on the level of the Spanish BMR PPs, not just by having the machine guns, but also by being incredible 85 kph off-road. So these things can be microed to win infantry fights, to run away from ATGMs. And in this map where cover is plenty and ATGMs are also plenty, it's very good to have fast vehicles so that you can that you can actually like press your advantage a little bit. Now the Canadians are kind of in a bad position here because their only absolutely superior tab is going to be the air tab. Their opener isn't as great when it faces the VLRI 20s, the forward deploying French anti air guns, anti helicopter guns. But if the Canadian division gets into a point where it can start reliably air spamming you, the the potential for the air spam is incredible because everything that is a Hornet is also really fast, has really good ECM, and has a lot of gun ammo and can just straight up strafe your enemies. So I would predict that after the opening fights and the game settling down, John Beck is most likely trying to get the mid game advantage by either the Leopard 1 blob or just straight transition into a lot of air damage, depending on what Super Xavi is going to do and whether it's going to be successful.
Yeah, already getting a kill against an F104 AA. Interesting to send one of those in this matchup when you know the enemy has F18s available, but likely banking on that not being around. And it's not the biggest loss in the world. The F104 AA pretty affordable. One of the helicopters already going down on the side of Super Savvy as well, but so does one of the mini turrets on the other side. The CH-135 AT hasn't gotten anything, and then Aito does go down and transport to the Gazelle Cannons. Gazelle Cannons might get a second kill here. Yeah, do get a Chris leave with units inside before the CF-116 here. The F5 bomber can get it killed. The VLRA pushing the F5 back a bit further. Will the F5 turn around for another bombing run? As there is a Mirage 2000 behind it, or is turning around. It is turning into another attack run, and it is getting shot by the Mirage, getting shut down by the Mirage. Mirage 2000, a good fighter, got upgraded to 40% ECM, so it has great survivability. Missiles of the French still not the most amazing, but thanks to the 40% ECM, really a pretty reliable unit to send after enemy units. Gets the CH-135 that did not land there, and that's a great double kill here. Will get out, likely alive before the F-18 can get 2 missiles on target, thanks to the high ECM. Yeah, Mirage 2000 will get out unharmed. At the same time, an AMX-10 RC does overstep in the south, as Super Xavi just desperately tries to just send an Ultis leader in there. No recon in front of it at all. Mirage 2000 versus F-18 in the head-on. That's a fair fight for both sides. In the end, both sides being pushed back. Cheaper for the Mirage, because it does not have to pay for the extra speed and the extra amount of missiles, but in the end, Aito gets the Iltis here in the south, so not the worst start for Chanbek, but for sure not the start they were hoping for.
Yeah, a lot of the just the Fallschirmjägers being properly on the offense on basically two out of the three regions here is pretty bad, though.
2 of the Fallschirmjägers, though, dead now. 1 going down to the great Pioneer Carl Gustav HE that can dish out quite a lot of HE damage with those 6 shots and assist in killing off those special forces, and the other one getting killed off by an F5 bomber. Meaning that all the investment into the air leaves both sides with really few reinforcements right now. As 2 Fallschirmjäger P1s here still active, one pushing back a 7.6mm MG, the other one getting into the high-rise buildings there in front of the center, +1 currently for Super Xavi. Should rotate the Iltis Führungs into the middle to get that up even further, as India likely is going to fall to Chanbek. Chanbek just has to make sure that there is nothing around there that could ambush his CV. Minitat helicopter is doing exactly that right now. Whilst we have a Milan 1 going after the CUCV blowpipe. Fails to get the hit there. Yes, the center zone is controlled by Super Xavi, but not captured just yet.
Yeah, speaking of Canadian bullshit, the blowpipe and the Cockv blowpipe combo is one of these. For only 35 points, you get 2 blowpipe launchers, which are basically suppression-only AA launchers. That in real life, these things were joystick controlled, and in real life, they achieved a hit percentage of under 1%. And this being Warno, this has been put increased 35-fold. But even then, these units are generally not the best. But you can, in certain situations, such as this one, quickly just send in so many blowpipes that your enemy helicopters are going to be careful about moving, and whenever their bombers come in, the bombers will have to be suppressed and might even turn back due to the just absolute saturation fire going out from the blowpipes.
Though the bullshit unit on the side of PKS currently is the F-104 Starfighter, as it is a really fast plane that drops from a really high altitude, and it also drops from a really far distance because of that high altitude and the long flight angle that bombs now have. So even though it's a really fragile airframe, it usually has a pretty high survivability rate at the moment, just because of not even getting into range of the enemy AA, or if it gets into the range, leaving the range before the enemy missile can catch up to them, and then the missile losing track. The Fallschirmjäger B1 in the center being pushed back, you don't want to lose them. They're nice for the recon, but obviously also just really good combat units, so keeping them alive, being able to repair them is really important. You also don't want to use them like the southern one is being used right now, where they only engage with their one HK-21, revealing themselves, allowing the bomber to hit them. without really doing any damage to the Ito right now. Uh, if you fire with them, you want to fire with everything. F-18 versus Mirage 2000 goes into the next round of draws. We even have the electric voodoo here, so Jumbeck really wants to make that as an air spam duel. And the Mirage 2000 now, this time around, overstepping, but we have Roland 3s and Ihawks on the other side, so I'm not too sure how long that air spam actually can go through. But yeah, losing a Mirage 2000 still something that you don't want to see happen here as Super Xavi. Finally has the CV in the middle, finally has the +1 back online. It's a slow take, but obviously getting that pressure up, build up onto the enemy, getting that advantage further and further up is really crucial on this map, which really often goes all the way to the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, currently, like Super Xavi's front line here is still not that solid, and just losing a one or two units might actually crumble large parts of the map here, which would then force Super Xavi to start buying certain kinds of units, such as tanks or just line infantry, in places that are not necessarily the middle. So there are a lot of weaknesses here, and so far the air spam seems to be working decently enough, taking out that F-104's HE Starfighter that you were talking about there. Another Fallschirmjäger B1, also the two-man squad finally taken out. John Beck has invested into these, or not invested into the front line, by having a lot of these veteran C5 machine guns, which are World War II era, arguably kind of World War I era, M1919 machine guns. For only 10 points, they can provide 1,200 meter like firing, and they are pretty good and in cover especially, and they're amazing if there is a secondary infantry unit that can do the pushing. So now that the line of these has stabilized the front line, Janebek is now bringing out Leopard 1s, bringing out mortars and artillery, but still no like fighting infantry, still no force of those pioneers with the Carl Gustavs. The next CP escort also is a large squad that can be used to do some pushing. So far it seems like Janebek is completely content in sitting behind this -1 tick, just doing a lot of damage. And now another wave of planes coming in here. An excellent usage of planes, bringing them all together, not sending them go one by one, even sending the cluster plane on the side so that it can immediately be ordered to attack the Rolands when the Rolands reveal themselves by firing at the electric voodoo.
Yeah, and
It's
this
a
is
pretty nice kill
where you
here.
need a bigger air AA network, all being able to fire all at once as Super Xavi to prevent the enemy planes from even dropping if possible, and to for sure make sure that you kill something and that you don't just get attritioned away. He understands the mission has now 3 Rolands moving towards the center. Issue with TKS is that you don't have a good manpads system, no stingers or mistrals that you get access to. You only get the Fliegerfaust, which you don't really want to get into. So you don't have anything that can just shoot something down whilst it is diving towards your rear zone area units. And that means that you really have to get a good enough situation of Rolands and also try to get a kill or two with your Mirages. And yeah, the Mirages, you only get one card, you only get those two. Outside of that, only the Starfighter AA, which is around but is pretty bad. It has decent missiles, but it has terrible turn rate and really terrible survivability in air-to-air fights. So that is not a unit that you want to rely on assisting you against one of the best fighters, if not the best fighter in the game, with the F-18 of the Canadians here on the other side, that is prowling for more kills here once more.
Yeah, Chanebek's, speaking of those fighting units, two more Leopard C1s with some mech rifles and pioneers now moving in on the middle. And if they started attacking right now, the Super Xavi's anti-infantry force that has been ordered northeast of Charlie, the Green Berets, the Pioneer Carl Gustavs, and the Jägerführer, that group is clearly supposed to be attacking Foxtrot. But if they start their attack in a position where John Beck's reinforcements can join in, that could be a really, really decisively bad infantry engagement for Super Xavi. who is not leading by enough points or enough technology to like really be content here. Like Super Xavi needs to start getting some kills here, needs to start getting some good engagements. So far, the air spam has applied a lot of pressure here, and is going to demand more and more fighter and anti-air investments. And meanwhile, Chanbek is probably going to be able to decide the way that these games go, just because of that just because of that air force being superior.
Ooh, Milan 2 does get a kill onto some Pioneer Carl Gustav HEs that were supposed to go towards that Pioneer Heimatjäger Green Beret formation that is moving in north of it. Heimatjägers, super cost efficient, especially if paired with the Green Berets and another Jägerführer. They only cost 40 points. They are a 9-man squad. They have a Carl Gustav. They are reservist. They only come at 0 vet usually, but if you put a Green Beret unit and a Jägerführer unit next to it, they go up to 2 vet, and then they are really strong. They also lose the reservist trait, so they are super cost efficient in big plops with a Green Beret and a Jägerführer next to them. Green Berets nowadays pretty decent as well, thanks to the Cold Commandos being submachine guns. And yeah, Sonderwagen 4 does get shut down. Heimatjägers here under fire as we have Pioneer Carl Gustavs rotating around. Heimatjäger pushing into the mech rifles. Green Berets now out of range to assist the Heimatjäger, so they get stressed out real quickly here. And the Jägerführer not with the push just yet either. But center still being sieged, as Super Xavi though is going to go for the contest on the next zone. As you said, the Leo 1Cs, C1s, those are really important now. Artillery assisting and taking out some Milan 1s here to assist helping them stay alive. But on the other side, artillery of the MR10 of Super Xavi here dealing with some ITOs too. So the situation here still rather stale for now. Jägerführer now moving into the zone on the rear. CB does go down to the Pioneer Carl Gustav. And that means Super Xavi will go up to a +3 there. The air is moving around, does get a Green Beret. Cluster Bomber moving around for the kill onto Roland 3. Does find the kill on the Roland 3 there. Roland 3s, they only have 2 shots before they have a longer reload. And the target fire here from Super Xavi is not there at all. He let them fire onto the F-18AA and onto the Electric Voodoo instead of focus firing the HE and cluster bombers, and that did cost him another Roland without achieving any kill on his own.
Yeah, this continuous force of reinforcements that Chanbek brought out now is kind of visible in how just large combined arms force there is. The Chanbek is using the space given and these high-rise buildings excellently in just securing kind of like a defense in depth, really, just so that nothing is immediately centered, and the enemy artillery gets as little as possible in terms of like capacity to spot the targets and to catch them out. The enemy artillery, Super Xavi's artillery, is
F-104
M110s.
is getting a gun run onto the F-18 here, and might be able to eliminate with it. No, not quite. Just gets out. Leo C1 does go on in the middle. The Gazelle cannons without much counter. There is a Vet 3 blowpipe. There are more blowpipes moving forward, but right now the Gazelles are getting good kills. Find the supply truck, find some more shots against infantry. Gazelle Hot now attacking the CSV blowpipe, getting the kill there too. As only the Leopards here slowly taking out the Gazelle cannons. Iltusführungs returning to the middle. The mod rifle leader there in a dangerous position. The smoke is keeping up for now, but they are now pushing out of the smoke and likely gonna get killed for that. Yes, they do, and that will bring the +3 here back for Super Xavi. Maybe advancing a bit too early here, all player in red, and that just means that the +3 take will get fully online.
Yeah, also a misplay. Chanbek has 2 heavy artillery pieces, both of which could have been targeting and firing against the Ildis Furungs. Neither of them were active during this battle here. Janbek spending his time controlling airplanes and probably buying reinforcements also.
Yeah, F-104 AG on the other GHE here on the other side immediately gets taken out. That was a bit of a suicide run. It gets its bombs off, but won't find anything with them, as they were just dropped off in a weird spot. F-104G trying to hunt down a HE bomber here, and the Super Xavi is in desperate need of a bit better AA setup and a bit better focus fire here. He's currently having the roll-ons turned off and is only now turning them on. Will find a hit against one of the AG bombers, at least forcing them out a bit longer. AA plane not being hit there as the starfighters really start suffering. Does get a kill against an AA plane here. Electric Voodoo stays on top of them. Would guide any cluster bombers right on top of them, but Electric Voodoo stays around maybe a bit too long. There comes the HE bomber. Is going for the Roland. No, is going for the Jägerführer. Will reduce the take 2 back to a +1. Still 22 minutes remaining, so Super Xavi really has to be careful to not just run out of stuff in this game, as the attrition rate on our player in blue is currently pretty damn high.
Yeah, the 800 point lead now becomes something that Janbek kind of really wants to start concentrating on. Only 22 minutes left. You don't want to wake up in 10 minutes under behind 1,000 points. Roland 3 getting targeted by the artillery, but not immediately getting a kill, just scaring it a little bit and forcing it on low cohesion. The second Roland, funnily enough, is almost out of ammunition due to the constant hovering around by the Electric Voodoo. And right now, another infantry fight is happening here with very limited Janbek forces, wounded infantry squads, engaging the Green Berets, smartly moving away. I think that mech rifles want to go in there just to provide a little bit of spotting for the Leopard C1s. Also, a mech wreck unit in the background here. No, the positioning here is not great for Janbek. I think Janbek could have the wounded guys not fighting and the full squads fighting. Also, the mortar. If you have a mortar like that, mortar that has 50 rounds left, it is okay to have it at fire at will every once in a while, because mortars can basically keep up a constant stream of fire, and they are extremely cheap to comparatively to resupply.
Yeah, Green Berets here now pushing towards the blowpipes. Will get an annoying position there between the buildings. With the 84, you can't push any Leo close to it. So infantry is still needed here for Janbek. I feel like Janbek should start playing it a bit wider. Should start feeling out if Alpha and Echo might be in reach. As currently the infantry and the ATGMs of Super Xavi still can keep him at bay in the middle, but they are less maneuverable than his tank force. And his air forces also have a bit easier time if they actually bomb outside of the enemy AA range. They are going for another roll-on kill though, so the AA situation here of Super Xavi deteriorating even further as the Electric Voodoo here do lead the cluster bombers onto targets. Mirage 2000 once more around, now going for the Electric Voodoo, will get a hit, or the Roland might have gotten the hit there, I'm not quite sure. HE Bomber does get forced out, but the Mirage 2000 will pay for it with its life. At least a good bit of repair time there on the HE Bomber, at least that one. Won't be able to get a bombing run through here in the near future. At the same time, Green Berets and a M48 do get shut down in the center. We have a 900 point lead now for Super Xavi, but it's still 19 minutes remaining. Super Xavi now, due to the air situation, in a pretty tough spot, but still with some agency in the decisions that are to be made in the center fight.
Yeah, I would say that the center fight here has become a little bit of a trap, largely due to the enemy having just these peak infantry squad, large infantry squads with a lot of really good AT weapons like the Apilas and the AT4. targeting their Apilas, taking out one of the Leopard, second Leopard running back. This is clearly the hard target for Super Xavi. Super Xavi could leave this to the mortars and the artillery, could just contain them and try to engage them a long range with the Grizzlies. But instead, they're using the tanks to attack the enemy's tough front line. The tanks could have been fast moving and attacking with the mech recce's down south, trying to push into Echo. It should be remembered that having air supremacy allows you to also transition your gameplay into different parts of the map quickly. That if you have your force and you have an existing framework of recon and AA in a different part of a map, you can just fast move there. And then when you start your attack, your airplanes can also just attack the different part of the map. And I think Chanbek is so invested in the idea of winning the middle fight. And because after that, if you can start defending it, it's very difficult for a reservist division to get back there. But right now, it is attritioning and it is creating a lot of engagements where too many Canadian units are just kind of standing by and just not really doing that much. And when the engagements happen, Super Xavi micros, Super Xavi has great positioning. Immediately, the mech rifle C6 and the reserve leader are engaging 3 units.
Yeah.
And the mech rifles are almost like routed nearly before they get into the zone.
Yeah, plus the artillery war is also not something that Shavek is winning in the middle against 2 MR10s on the other side. And Super Xavi at the same time rotating in here, really lucky with the Chinook surviving with 1 hit point, allowing Super Xavi to get that capture in the south, and allowing Super Xavi to get this take a bit further. Super lucky there. This was only a bit more RNG away from being a disaster. But the Chinook and the Super Puma even now trying to escape, getting out there alive. Gazelle's still assisting with some damage there. And Super Xavi now on that +3, getting that advantage even further. And with that, it starts to become somewhat problematic. Still 16 minutes here, but you need to stop the tick soon, and you need to start to add to your own points relatively soon here as well as Shabek if you want to have a chance on winning this fight. Is going for another Roland kill, does lose his cluster bomber this time around though. It's still the AA situation here by now exceedingly terrible for Super Xavi. Only 1 Eyehawk on the battlefield, and everything else kind of died. But Gazelle Hot hunting some Skyguards here in the south. Leo ones in the middle still running into their doom, and the flanks still not really being played here by Chabek, meaning that Super Xavi, even with all the losses to the air, currently can be decently happy with the position there.
Yeah, there's a direct hit into the Eyehawk, and the Eyehawk gets hit the third time and dies. And that is once again creates a large opening of potential for the airplanes to do stuff. But the airplanes haven't really been participating in the center fights as much as we would maybe want them. Like John Beck has a lot of stuff here, has a lot of machine guns that are not firing, and like Super Xavi at this point is leading by so many points that as long as they don't lose a critical number of units that will allow the enemy to just crash through in the last 5 minutes, at this point, I think Super Xavi is in a pretty decent location, and the lack of ATGMs in the middle might actually have Leopard ones win this sooner or later. But once again, 2 more. Oh no, Milan 1 gets destroyed. 1 more Milan is being deployed right now. And with the reinforcements shaped in the shape of tanks and another Eyehawk moving into the south, where the Super Xavi is correctly predicting that the enemy is going to start pushing in with Leopard ones and some air support. And air support already here participating, taking out a starfighter and another Hornet moving in, and now targeting the recently deployed PAL Milan 1, taking it out.
Yeah, Gina rockets here now being brought up, just trying to keep the enemy infantry away, trying to keep Chanbek decently blinded in that fight in the center. Mech Rifles going down, Leo ones, and all the planes here of Chambek doing a good job. The Ginas all getting demolished, but Super Xavi is not playing for the KD here right now. Super Xavi is just playing for getting that +3 as far as possible. Still 4 minutes 50 away from victory, so it likely is not going to be a victory that way, but with only 13 minutes remaining, Schabek needs a +3 already, and likely will need more than that by the time that he has reached the +3, as the center fight is still being active. There isn't no CV direct. Oh no, there is a CV directly moving to the south, but he needs to take both of these zones back and then another one soon, and I don't quite see the soon. Ito does go down. 1,500 points soon to be arrived here. And yeah, 13 minutes remaining as the front line does start to look more and more fragile here for Super Xavi, thanks to the aircraft and all. But it is not over yet. M48 pushing forward, reserve leader pushing in, about to take over the point lead. Reserve leader getting shot more and more, but Super Xavi really only needs to buy time here. +1 likely gonna lead Super Xavi to around 1,550 points, and with only 12 minutes, that is going to be needing a +5 on this map.
Yeah, this is a full on just go through and get to the back point, and then the enemy surrenders. And we can see that the number of units Super
Oh
Xavi is
no, and
actually
the rifle leader there is in real danger, even has to move back out there for a second as the infantry is just pushing it. Leo once doing a lot of damage, as we see an HE bomber being killed here, but +1 is going to come back for a couple of seconds even, going about 1,500. And yeah, we might be able to push through up north here. Super Xavi maybe could set up a bit more of a defensive network, but there is only Echo, I believe, here to push for Chanbek, and even that is starting to not become enough here, as yeah, he needs 3 zones here of Super Xavis at this point, and or 2 full zones of Super Xavis plus the middle, and he is not playing like that has quite sunken in yet with him. He is not playing aggressively enough just yet. We see a bit more push and a bit more tenacity in the units moving forward now, but it's still a good way from where it should be at this point, where it really should be a lot more aggressive. Reservist leader even goes down in the middle, so even once more, Blue is getting back on the take here, and this is starting to become really, really brutal for our player in red here, as they did do a good air spam in this game. They did do some nice other moves, but in the end, the center investment was just a bit too much, and they just moved into too well entrenched forces with low 80s, with 84s, too many mechanized forces lost like that. Yeah, more bombers here coming in. The airplanes going for more drops. Failing to do so actually here. Not getting the drop on target, and Super Xavi only 10 minutes away from victory now. Vivid +1 won't be making it to the 2,000 point mark, but will make it pretty close to it. Cluster Bomber going for the M48. Will find a good hit there. No CV there. Aufklärers engaging the Green Berets. More units needed there for sure for Super Xavi right now. Super Xavi has been attritioned out of the center quite effectively, but it's only 9 minutes 23. If you capture all the points here, or like nearly all but one, then the situation obviously could still swing fully, but does not seem like Schanbeck is playing as aggressive as it would be necessary for this.
Yeah. So the Mech CP escort being pushed by the Sonderwagen 4 here, just kind of showing where Super Xavi just desperately wants more information about what's to come, whether they should be sending reinforcements to protect Echo here also. And yeah, I think we are kind of in that position that I predicted earlier, that you have 8 minutes left and you kind of have tactically won most of the situations, but most angles, if you were pushing, you could push through by spending your resources, but nothing that you can do, you can nothing that can be done quickly enough outside of just going full send. And the lack of recall information and maybe the usage of the mini tats earlier is kind of hampering and slowing down the Canadian force.
Yeah, the Canadian forces by now could just move through here. Like, this is just A-click territory. This is just send it all across the map and hope for the best territory, and it would maybe work. We see the tactical reserves now being called in here by Super Xavi. A bit of reinforcements, a bit of savings have seemingly come up, as there are good bit of infantry and Milan ones here trying to desperately reach the front line again. A Jägerführer here and the Green Beret Führer being moved back to more defensive positions here. But Schambeck has nothing in front of them, but they have not realized that that +1 is not nearly enough at this moment, or they at least are not reacting to that realization. And they just would need to A-click into Echo, into Delta, into Bravo, just move everything across the battlefield and hope for the best. If you capture all 3 zones, then you're up to a +7. Then the situation here still absolutely is salvageable, but you need something around that mark now. Eric's in a good spot, so Super Xavi here really has to be a bit more careful, needs to unload with everything here. Is pushing too close here. Hamid Eager and Pioneer Carl Gustav all starting to get lost in transports. Super Xavi just needs to click the unload command. Oh no, Super Xavi with an absolute disaster here. This might allow the comeback here for Chanbek. So many forces lost in transport. This is terrible, terrible news for our player in blue. But Chanbek has not taken advantage of this yet. Super Xavi
Yeah, that crucial moment when you're looking at which specific infantry unit you want to buy, and then that very second you need to be pressing U. I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, HE Bomber getting hit. Yeah, you just want to press you on all the units at this in those kind of moments, and yeah, they still get unloaded, but Sandberg, yeah, not really playing aggressive enough here. 6 minutes remaining, only on a +1, and soon even a +5 would not be enough. Soon after that, even a +7 will start to not be enough anymore, as the 1,500 point lead is a really, really significant one. And yeah, only 5.5 minutes here. The points that are in reach are the 3 ones in the center. The one in the north maybe even could be reached as well, but too many forces of his still staying behind. There are still mech rifle escortees, still 7.6mm MGs and so on that are just not A-clicking across the map. And he has not all that many CVs rotating around either. Like, all the CVs should be moving somewhere to the front line. You maybe just leave artillery on counter battery or fire at will at this point. Just focus on the frontline units and just send stuff in. He is keeping up the KD with some air spam here. Super Xavi really never was able to curb that air at all, but he was able to reinforce below it enough, playing the Viet Cong style. Doesn't not matter how many expensive bombs are dropped on you, as long as you have enough people on the ground to fill the gaps of the comrades fallen. And he was able to do that for long enough. The lines are collapsing now, but they are not collapsing fast enough here for Chanbek to turn this game around.
Yeah, it really is just John Beck should have realized what time it was like 6 minutes ago, and then went like done the calculations in their brain about, oh, I have destroyed basically so much more than they have, and just went on forwards. And I think it's kind of the mindset of playing air spam, where you just figure, well, I'm just going to win the air game. I'm just going to kill all the Ihawks and the Rolands. Everything else is going to fall into place when I get the superior late stage air spam. And here we can see that that's simply just not the case. It is like air spam is good unless it engenders passivity, referencing a quite old meme at this point, if anybody else gets the engenders passivity meme. But yeah, it's a Dark Souls thing.
Yeah, and we see now a CV arriving only a +2 though, 3 minutes 35, even a +5, even a +7 now wouldn't really get you there anymore, and a +2 for sure won't. The Green Beret leader will fight for their life here. Special forces with a lot of cold submachine guns, so they can actually pin down a lot of infantry units quite quickly. And yeah, they eliminate the Pioneer and the mech rifle units here in a second. They get stand down by the air. Gina Rockets moving around to assist with the whole situation. Leader, right, mech rifle leader do get eliminated, so it will even fall back to a +1 here in the end. And yeah, the early game positioning of TKS is doing it here, together with just maybe a bit too much early heavy plane investment here by Chunbek, leaving them a bit too lackluster for a bit too long in the mobility on the ground, in their capacity to reduce the take of the enemy, and then that flanking drop on India was the nail in the coffin. Though even without that, I believe Super Xavi at this point would still have a winning point take, as yeah, the HE bombers are just strafing here now. As you pointed out earlier, they have a lot of ammunition on these F-18s. So, and the F-18 Vulcan gun is pretty decent at eliminating soft targets on the ground as well. But the KD will be fantastically in favor of our air spammer in red, but Super Xavi will get the draw here in the end.
Yeah, and like I think the even with the air spam, like had there been just a little bit more decisiveness on Chanbek's part, like Chanbek would have taken two Leopard ones away from the middle and instead sent them alongside a like a mech mech recon unit, motorized recon unit, and just pushed Echo, just pushed the angles on Echo. They're gonna find and a recon squad, you can bomb that. They're gonna find an ATGM, you can bomb that. You have both artillery and air supremacy. But when you like are fighting for air supremacy and artillery supremacy as like end goals in their own right, you might forget the fact that just one or two tanks, one or two units, well supported, can easily take a lot of ground and can force away so much from your enemy.
Yep. Defeat here in the end, with a nearly 2-1 KD. So much invested into the air as well, obviously. A lot of that was stuck in the air tab and was not able to capture ground. But yeah, Super Xavi playing on, keeping on, knowing that they just need to keep up the take, and they focused on that. Obviously, Super Xavi likely realized once the AA was all bombed that they would have to suffer for the rest of the game, but they did suffer successfully here, and they did get the 1-1 draw in the end. So VP here to both players in the end. Super Xavi doing what was necessary to get the Urban Frontlines duel win against the Canadians. It likely was not a lot of fun, but it was successful. And with that, we have a draw in this series here. And yeah, a really, really good showcase of how airplay can get you bogged down in a mindset that is not quite fully set up for success.
Yeah, and I would say that the kind of lack of decisiveness, you have a good control of the good grasp of the mechanics. You understand the decks and the divisions that you're playing, and you understand even how you're supposed to play them, and then just the lack of the final piece, the X factor, the decisiveness, the aggressive spirit. One of these things. I think that is what keeps so many of us in the Silver League instead of the Gold League, where better players like Mjusi are playing.
Yeah, like a really, really good showcase of how sometimes you just need to keep the focus on the win condition. And
Eyes on the prize.
yeah, I mean, I have been there a good couple of times before. I have been guilty of air spamming for just the case of air spamming and then not getting the win conditions, both in Steel Division and Wano. Um, but yeah, this one obviously is exceedingly painful when you have a KD like this and you just still weren't able to claw it out in the end there.
Always be attacking. That's the ABA. That's the Imperial German Military School of the Attack. If you can't take ground, just take ground. I personally lose my air games. I don't even try to air spam, but I win my games by just always taking ground. So there's a little bit of ground there. I might take it.
Yeah. And yep. Shall we do one more series or how is your voice holding up?
I'm okay. I can do one more series
Okay,
if you want
then
to.
we will do one more series, guys. So, quick break, and then we're gonna be back with one of the tournament hosts, Anna, playing against. I forgot the opponent, but we will figure that out for you in a second.
Comatose.
Yeah. So, see you all in a second with the next little matchup here. So here we go. On the left side, one of the gracious hosts of this fun tournament. We have Pennant, and on the right side, we have Comatose here, also from the Silver League, as we keep the focus on that division, as we're both in that. And also, it's nice to give some of the less showcased players some time in the spotlight. And on the right side, Comatose is bringing around the division that will make a certain YouTube viewer of ours really, really happy. 25th, Sankovi versus 8th US. The pick and ban in this one, uh, pretty standard there. We saw first Canadian, Austral, Mnet, and one of first ban. First Canadian, maybe the slightly odd one out there. It's a decent division for sure. Like in the second ban phase, I would understand it. I don't think it's an really high one there, but if you don't like the F-18s, I understand why you would ban that. So, going to be interesting to see how that goes around. The second one that where after the higher number of bans will be once more HDR London versus another Soviet Guard division, 39th that time around. And yeah, HUS really back in the spotlight as US infantry currently is performing well, and its Rangers especially with the SMGs, plus M1 Abrams are in a decent spot as well, aren't they?
And the Dragon missile is also performing very well. I believe it was given an aim time reduction or something, and it does seem to be firing faster and making the units less vulnerable when it fires. And the eighth is the division with the most Dragon 2 missiles, I believe.
Yeah, plus it also is just really good on the map pool at the moment in my eyes. Like that missile is currently profiting from the ranges that we usually have engagements on. So it should be quite interesting. On the other side, 25th Guards has a strong mechanized recon tab, T-64B1 recon tanks, and a lot of Retrotka BMP2s. Has Me-24K capabilities as well. Behind that, a good couple of BMP-1Ps with Conquerors here coming around, saving a bit on the chassis, but still getting the Conquerors missile there. Solid choice on this map in my eyes. And yeah, what do you think of 25th currently in the meta?
I haven't played it myself, but I used to be a 25th guy back in the day, back in during Northag. And the way to understand it really is that it is an aggro division, a forward deployment division, except with modern tanks. And not the most modern tanks, but the 64Bs. The 64Bs are pretty nice. They get the good accuracy, they have decent enough armor, not the best ones. And they're not also the fastest either, but you get them in numbers, and that should compensate. The 25th is specialized in going deep, going fast, going early with a battle group of heavy armor, and then following that up with very good air assets and lot of BMP ones and twos with infantry. There's nothing too special infantry wise, as I can recall, but their numbers are more than enough to hold them through the mid to the late game. And really, the only condition for them is that they need to use their early advantage well. And in a map like Tala, going in here, and this is the 25th pick, this map, so it is getting those T64s out there immediately right from the start, having that advantage. And even now you can see the Abramses are deploying kind of like far away because they don't want to take the risk of walking into a trap. A Kiowa warrior firing 4 shots and not getting any crucial kills here from what I can see. Also a
Mech
relative victory
Rifles
here.
getting eliminated. Coming in the slow M113 and the C64, they're getting in range in time. We have to be careful with the D64 there. M1A1 is the superior tank, has the superior penetration and especially 2 more frontal armor, whilst also being faster, meaning that C64B1 cannot run away from it on its own, needs to have supporting units that allow it to disappear, whilst we have M113 A3 Dragons rotating up north as well. We have new M113 A3 Dragons rotating into the south. LRS here sitting in a decent spot in the middle. BMP1 KR3 rotating around. New BMP2s moving towards the front line. Like the situation here is pretty slow and steady, but the kill on the Mech Rifle Dragon allows infantry superiority for Comatose for now in the middle. Banner not having any significant infantry forests that actually can win infantry fights there now. Pushes with Mech Rifle Dragons towards Mortar Strelkies in the north. The Mech Rifles with their double MG plus their higher hit point will win fights against Mortar Strelkies usually. Even out in the open, it's a pretty equal fight here right now. But the LRS, you don't want to lose them, and as they now get revealed, first one is getting killed. Kiowa Warrior about to get shut down on the ground. Yep, does get killed on the ground. not far enough away in the back line on the reload there. And losing the Kiowa Warrior, really painful, both because it's a good recon unit and also because of its high kill capabilities here. Kinda not with the best micro here at the start of this fight.
Yeah, Penny's infantry attack, the Engineer Flash and the Mech Rifle Dragon also have been under fire from fire support, and we're taking a bad engagement now with the M1 Abrams pushed away. The infantry is taken for free, and this is a very crucial, very tactically important forest tree line, and being able to move into this tree line basically gives Comatose the chance to threaten way wider angle of Pennis than Penny would like. So Penny is most likely going to try to keep on attacking that angle. And with only Fireteam Law and a Stinger here doing the spotting, the two Abramses are not exactly in the best position to attack. And Comatose having those Conquerors equipped BMP ones can just move them to to the flanks. They can move them far further away, where it's more likely that they will get a side shot against the Abrams, and that is not something Penny can start doing until the infantry superiority is established here. And so right now, Comatose, just by numbers and just by the units that they keep buying, seems to be getting into a good position. The M113 Dragons are interestingly being moved into the center, whereas the Fireteam Laws are sent to hold the south. That is probably a good way to use those units, and a good way to try to counter Comatose's more aggressive play here.
Isn't getting hits on one of the M1A1s. M1A1's forced to move out now. BMP2 firing a Concourse missile. Only getting a stun there with it, but forcing another smoke off out of them. Costing extra supply here of the M35. Forcing another M35 investment. So far, no Rangers on the battlefield. Is interesting, an interesting setup here. Motostrelki BMP2s trying to get onto an ambush position. Finding one M113, another M113 Dragon getting killed up in the north. But running now
I,
into Mech Rifle Laws.
I think the no Rangers is completely logical. There are no infantry units that can't beat the mech rifles in 1v1. And so the Engineer Flash being shown in there basically serves as the Rangers anyways. The weakness here, that like having expensive special forces that could be killed by tanks and machine guns on long ranges would be the weakness. So I think it's correct for Penny not to have them. Also, not really benefiting anything from the helicopter deployment right now.
Yeah, we see Fireteam Laws rotating through the south. It's just that on the short ranges, the Rangers currently just absolutely wreck. And having the Dragon on top of them, having them as one individual unit instead of setting it up, plus also the higher accuracy on that Dragon too, usually comes out quite nicely. But yeah, the M1A1s being repaired here have not really done much so far in this game. Recon situation, due to that first LRS being killed and the second one being forced back quite far, is not amazing. And the artillery game here now starting to become really scary for our player in blue. Has an M110 now out that is on counter battery, but the Masters with 2 vet can rotate quite quickly. Already picking up, but the M110 on 0 vet is taking 30 seconds to aim. So until it has aimed, the Hyacinth already has started moving away and likely should be able to get out of the way before the shells do land. Just have to be careful that you don't immediately buy units into that artillery barrage, but yeah, more masters arriving, engaging to really the edge of the map, and will fire from there in a second. Second MOR10 moving around here, moving onto the battlefield. The +1 for the red team is taking up here. Comatose in a decent leading position when it comes to map control and the tick rate.
Yeah, so the Rangers you were looking for have not arrived. We have a Rangers Law unit now with an LRS that are going to be the tip of the spear this time. There's also a Bradley cavalry fighting vehicle that's going to try to get the long range spotting out for the mech. So far, the I think this is like a key example of how things can go badly for expensive divisions like 8th, that you buy like two best tanks in the game almost, M1 A1 Abramses, and they just don't get to participate, just are not fighting with them. The angle that you're putting them in isn't even that dangerous from what we know, of course, but just the lack of infantry recon doesn't allow like makes Penne play more carefully. And once again, Penne is under a -1, slow -1, just like in the last game we saw. That thing can slow you can forget about that a little bit too easily. But Penne is still wanting to start
Ooh,
open pushes here
yeah,
with a
the
Ranger Blackhawk.
M110s though are in mortal
Yeah.
danger. 3 Hyacinths with 2 vet already aiming for them. That's only 14.7 seconds aim time. That's not enough time for the M110s to pack up and get out of the way. Shells already flying. Pack up time still out there. They at least had 1 vet thanks to the CPC being closed. They start moving now, just as the shells start landing, just as they get stunned down. First one might actually escape, but the second one does get killed. So one of the heavy artillery pieces already down. Good kill here for Comatose. Good investment into the triple artillery to make sure that you really get the kills here. Realizing that this was
Oh,
a
and
slow
there,
game, and the M1 Abrams on the front line in really big danger as well. The T-64 did even survive the shelling from the M110s. The M1 Abrams now allowing a CV to at least get into the middle, stopping the tick, but the infantry immediately dies. The Ranger Law immediately gets shut down by the T-64. The M1A1 does lose the recon in front of it again. Has no way to spot the T-64B just yet. The MP1P conquers north of it. He's dangerous as well. M1A1 now moving forward will get into range here against the T-64. Has the first shot, gets a hit, but a BMP-1P conquers. Oh, that might be really dangerous. Does get the kill here, does not get hit by the conquerors, so finally does win the fight. Needs to smoke off immediately, does smoke off in time, and will be able to get out alive. The first nice success here for Penne, as more T-64s already on the way though. An OBR 85 out of all of that. M113 ACAF gets shut down by T-64. Ito under artillery fire as the artillery park here of Comatose all firing. A bit too close with all the artilleries being on one spot. Even maybe an ambush cluster plane or so could be devastating here right now. But the masters, at least that way, are all covered by the CV, having quick aim time, having quick rate of fire, and just demolishing some infantry here.
Yeah, so double infantry attack happening from Penne's side. Penne is moving into the largely undefended from the northwest angle of Boris. The Rasvedka T-64B is not in a position to stop that infantry moving in. There is a BMP-1 Conquerors, which will be way less dangerous. And then at the same time, the Rangers Law and the now wounded Rangers Dragon are trying to get control over that little
64
tactical
PV
tree
gets
line.
killed by a side shot by a Bradley in the middle. So another one of the key tanks being taken out. More Ranger Dragons being reinforced here. We are now up to 3 M1A1s. And that tank fight is starting to look really annoying for Comatose. More T-64s on the way. The OBR 83s, they are the cheap ones that still have smoke and still have decent penetration. Just pay for it with a good amount of range and accuracy due to range scaling, as Anna is moving slowly towards Boris, try to get an angle there. Really the only big issue for Anna right now is that big triple artillery in the rear right now, together with that tick that really makes any stationary units of his live a really dangerous life.
But oh, the Rasvedka T-64 moved away. It didn't participate, and down south, every infantry unit seems to be getting into the zone here. Now there is a Shmel to help get the recon. It is the buzzing UAV of the Soviets. Very slow UAV, but the Stinger is too far away. Now, as the attack is going well, Penne orders in a Rangers leader and two Rangers Dragons in Black Hawks to quickly start pressuring this angle, realizing that there is a weak spot here. The T64 here could be moving and participating in this fight, but it was fired. It was fired a dragon shot from a position it didn't recognize. So the AI, the defensive AI, moved the vehicle back, and Comatose has not microed this. Now artillery is firing in and get some pretty decent shots in. A cav likely going down against that Conquerors, but even then, nothing here outside of the Iglas to deal with the Blackhawks, and the Igla is going to have to hit 4 shots in a row, and these upvetted helicopters likely will not be stunned down by that fire.
Yeah, they come with 10% ECM as well. So Ranger Dragons here getting to land on the battlefield. All of them have dragons. Schmel drone now gets shut down as well. The T64 B1 does still detect the Stinger team. Likely going to be able to take that one out as the Blackhawks scout ahead. Will enable the Ranger leader here to get closer to the target as well. Mac Rifle Dragons trying to get around the battlefield a bit to get some slightly better line of sight. Blackhawks, you do want to get them back. You don't want to lose them. They have 50 points still. You don't want to get them shut down. 100 points being ticking.
Protoss. There is an M1A1 was lost. The second one is now stunned. There is 1v5 engagements, including a.
Oh no! Yeah, the next one, yeah, does get shut down here. The T64 number is just too high. 2 fights at the same time. Penna not ready for this fight here. The next M1A1 in a really bad spot. Rangers getting overwhelmed by the infantry in the forest as well. The Ranger Law gets just fired upon by every single vehicle after opening up with its law there, being a bit too far out of the forest, as all the T64s do deal with it. Oh, Panna being caught out in a bad spot, taking piecemeal engagements versus all the enemy units at once. Comatose just a bit better with the commitment to the fight, and that slightly better commitment to the fight ends up in a complete steamroll here. Only thing that could be painful for Comatose is now overstepping into a couple of ATGMs, but outside of that, that was a massive success, and now he has a T64 ball versus a completely decimated M1A1 ball. On the other side, he loses this area in the south, but he has now that wrecking ball of a force in the north. He now will have to use it due to the loss of the southern zone, due to the loss of the T64 BV recon in the south, but the center zone fully in hand of Comatose, and Comatose now with a push towards the rear zones of Hena in the north.
Yeah, and in practice, just Comatose trying to get back into that zone when there is a PVAT and an Abrams defending it. Now, aircraft could be something that would work out for Comatose. We haven't seen too much of that yet, but there are two coups in the middle.
Opening up against Me-24. The rate of fire there too high for the Me-24, just shredding it down. Saperi's not dying to the Dragon. Dragon just barely not having the range to quite get on target. We still have a Ranger Law in the middle to spot a bit. Scouts need to disengage there. LS did get overwhelmed as well. M1A1s maybe could set up for some side shots here, but Penna not quite able to keep up with the multitasking on all fronts at the same time right now, so he's not able to ambush the northern forces just yet. As a Kiowa warrior that does not get the Hellfire on target, but at least forces the enemy back. MiG-29 does get a kill, but he's playing a dangerous life there. Ihawk does get a hit, but both of the Stingers did miss, and the first Ihawk missile did miss as well. Final one is flying, but not quite in range anymore. Get on target. We have another Ihawk missile. We have a Cobra here getting shot out onto the T64, but getting a side shot, getting the kill there. The recon T64 B1 is being killed. Ranger Law under fire as well. That's getting overwhelmed too, as the artillery is landing on top of them. The Ranger Law does get finished off. The Cobra kill is important. The recon tank is important for the push up into the north, and currently Penna has the +1, which over time would get them back into the game. But obviously the dream scenario of Penna would still be able to finish off that tank blob, and an A10A might be the unit to do so, as the AA situation on the other side is not amazing, though already 2 coups, so likely good enough still to make the life of the A10 a difficult one.
Yeah, the A10 is the hard counter to this, and because every T64 that is not the V variant, that doesn't have the extra HP from the reactive armor plating, all of them get one shot by the A10's missiles. But having 2 coups in the front line and now increasing number of Strelas as well, and the Su-2580 is also being brought out from Comatose side here, trying to go start leaning into this after getting that really solid kill on the Eyehawk. And Comatose could be transitioning into some kind of airplay, which would make the M1 Abramses, the limited number of M1 Abramses on the field now, even more scared. Like the T64s here, we can see the OBR 83, the cheaper variant. It's the one that is going first, and the more expensive ones are behind them. And then Estrella 10 is also following up. I'm pretty sure that they at some point saw the A10 and are aware of its existence and are expecting it. This is basically an A10 bait, I believe, while trying to keep
MR10
up.
counter battery is this time around on target. The Masters did not move. Comatose got a bit complacent there. Is not losing any of the Masters though, and will be able to recover from that damage. MR10 now moving again. MR50 does get killed here by the enemy ATGM. Whilst we still have a good amount of forces in the south. M1A1 is getting on target against the T64. The T64 did spot it though, thanks to the Motostralkis, and the Motostralki RPG range is there as well, so Anna needs more infantry in that forest before he can contest the T64s again. The Su-25 is going in the south, does get a pivot, does not get the kill on the M1A1, but also does survive just barely, but does survive in the end. And we now have artillery on the pivot in the south, as Comatose is still trying to grind the way back in there. Engineer flares engaging on their own against 3 infantry units in the center. Really, the center infantry fights, one of the centerpieces for Comatose's success so far. Always engaging with 3 units, always catching one of Penna's units out alone, winning a fight or 2, then retreating, then repairing, and getting a far ahead in the KD, in the infantry part of the game with that tactic. Really good execution, and also with no move commands, but just attack commands, which always leads to certain seconds where you don't fire because the enemy is out of sight. You usually want to do move command, stop, move command, stop, move command, stop, kind of stutter stepping so that you always have the enemy inside and still get static shots but being stationary for a while. But yeah, mech rifle laws here, engaging against the Separia PO. Stressed out units being slower than non-stressed out units, so you can still keep up with them even if you don't move the whole time. MiG-27K seat here, moving around and taking the stinger shots, enabling the Su-25 rocket to take out the stingers, which are reloading. Second stinger shot does miss as well, so the Su-25 could move around for the kill there now, and the M1A1 under fire by the 3 artillery pieces only now starts moving, likely too late. Might just be barely in time, as the Su-25 does not get the rockets on target. And yeah, the M1A1 barely surviving. Ranger Dragons might pay for it though. Yeah, they go down, and Anna really needs to find a way of dealing with those T-64s on his northern flank.
Yeah, this the M1A1 count is now 3, and 3v1 should be an easy kill, especially with the Abramses being way faster than the enemy tanks and way faster than most tanks even. But it still does seem like, yeah, okay, now all 3 are attacking at the same time, same corner. So this fire supremacy will be used one way or another. Mech rifles will provide decent bit of spotting here, and an A10 is also going in, opening fire,
Oh,
doesn't get the shot off.
couldn't get the missile off, and now the Strela's forcing it back already. Coop's not in range, so it will survive. M110 once more with the counter battery, but the Mustas did start moving again, so that won't be successful. M1A1 in the south never got repaired, so isn't assisting currently in the fights down there. F16 sitting around in the south, but baiting some Coop shots out. Coop nearly out of ammo. T64B V nearly dying, but the Ranger leader have to fall back. M1A1 still not assisting. Ito might get the kill here against the B1V. Yeah, does get the kill. Should now disengage as well and leave the fight to the M1A1 and the mech rifle Dragon in the south. But M1A1 only now getting repaired. And it has to be careful to not lose the whole southern sector. Loses the Ito. Ranger Dragons pretty stressed out. The Ranger leader not assisting. M1A1 not assisting yet either. Does get 2 kills on T64s in the north though. Yep, as you were pointing out, the M1A1s can just ambush them. But one of them got routed and got killed off before it could smoke off. The other two heavily damaged as well. So not a free victory here for Penna, but still taking out 2 tanks for losing 1 tank. That is cost efficient. Just the question is, can he keep up the number game? Because he is a mechanized division, not a tank division. He does not have endless numbers of M1A1s. The enemy side kind of has endless numbers of T64s.
Yeah, and at night now the A10 is coming in, supported by an F16 fighter, and in that case, I think the reason the M1's got such great
Ooh,
hits is
A10
because
does find a kill against 2 units, does find the Strela there, or the Strela doesn't get found as well. Second Strela does find a kill against the A10, but the T64 and the BMP2 Redvedka both going down. In the end, still worthwhile the A10 there. And the M1A1s are repaired. Could come back now. Ranger leader has to be careful. Has infantry with dragons behind it. Ito here still being agile around as well, but the motor Strelkies have broken into Feodor. Tow Cobra now rotating around. Strela out of ammo, so the Tow Cobra finally has some agility here on it again. There is just nothing against the Mi-24 VAA, so that could just jump onto the Tow Cobra with its E-Glass. Outside of that, the M1A1 and the Tow Cobra together maybe could achieve some success there in the north again, whilst the southern zone is starting to collapse though. Mech Rifle Dragons versus 30mm grenade launcher. T64B1 got its engine killed there before it could enter the zone. M1A1 about to be repaired, but with 2 motor Strelkies with RPGs. Does not really want to move, and the artillery does find the UH supply helicopter. M110 constantly on the counter battery. Comatose once more not moving his artillery this time around, so the M110 might finally find some kills. But the Ranger leader engages on his own in the middle against soon to be the Motostrelki and the Raperi RPO. It has the RCL, so it can overwhelm the Motostrelki quite easily, but the Saperi RPO will roast it alive. The assisting infantry not quite up there. The Ranger leader does get killed off. That is somewhat annoying. Well, somewhat annoying. It's pretty annoying because that is a really helpful leader unit. Artillery does find the Masters once more. Does get a kill against one. Nearly get a kill against the second one this time around. So really helpful there. M1A1 does get routed in the south. And the Ranger leader down in the south, about to be ambushed as well. SU-25 rocket will find the kill. SU-25 AT is hunting for the M1A1, which is still being routed away there, and is being hit by a lot of rocket fire there. F-16's not assisting in the south yet, still fueling with an SU-27 in the north. Because of the IHawk, it is a successful kill, but the M1 Abrams in the south is living a dangerous life. MiG-27K seaplane moving in. At least the Su-25 AT not being able to ambush the M1A1s. IHawk does survive as well. A10 not able to kill the MiG-27, but at least pushing it away. So still a lot of deaths here on the red side right now. But can Penna break back into the center? Is ahead in tick now, but the tick is going red in the second here again once the CV arrives in the south. So Penna needs to break the center, and I'm not sure how likely that is going to be now.
Yeah, there was a lot of miss micro in that southeastern Boris fight. Like Penny for a lot of time, did have the units, did have the position, did even had the RNG luck to win that zone back, but attention was just not paid, and options were not explored. The M110 artillery has actually managed to destroy one of the artillery pieces. Constant counter battery does pay off more or less, even though the Hyacinths and the Mustas have been just an absolute terror. And at any time they fire their 3 shots at something, that generally opens up a situation where Comatose can just send units going forwards and get decent engagements, and then trade up and gain some ground and then disengage. That has been a very good tactic here, keeping Penne constantly building up a larger and larger front line, constantly on the back foot, constantly having to send more expensive units to counter incursions by relatively cheaper units.
Yeah, but the
And also,
infantry has melted away now for Comatose in the middle, and there are still 4 M1A1s now. The Bradley is in danger. That would be an annoying loss, but there are now 4 M1s in the middle, one of them being an M1CP, 3 M1A1s, versus only a couple of T64s, so he is getting back into the middle, which will allow him the +1, and he is ahead in points already. Anna has been grinding back into this game, and the air engagements lately not going super well for Comatose. His plane's getting damaged quite a lot, and yeah, with only two geosynths, it's way less efficient than with 3. Smoke on the M1A1 in itself, important here as the BMP-1P Conquerors moves around again, and Panna get control over the whole center zone. Oh, the coups are so far forward. If he could kill those, his A10s would be absolutely devastating again, but he lacks the recon. His recon infantry has been completely chewed through, I believe. He has another scout infantry unit moving in now. He still has one of the original LRS, but yeah, so little recon here around. The Bradley being killed off as well. So he does see very, very little. He has his 3 M1A once again. Question is, has Comatose seen those yet? No, they have not. But yeah, the Mech Rifle Dragons are the units that now need to start the engagement, and then the M1A1s need to follow up and just demolish anything that keeps on fighting. Mech Rifle Dragons also can stand down the T-64s quite reliably, making them really inaccurate. Might even find some side shots here.
Comatose is forcing a tick here by driving in the T-64s against the Mech Rifles Law. Mech Rifles Law do not have weaponry heavy enough to deal with this on their own,
Yeah,
and T-64s managed to get in there. And M1A1 is not in position to fight this, despite being almost fully repaired. And this is a situation where Penne might actually micro very well. Okay, M1 is not moving, not trying to exploit the stun damage.
Ooh.
Oh, but there's a side shot.
Side shot. No, he does not hit with the second one. Does the third one get a hit? Yes, he does finish off the T-64. But the whole zone is captured. That is a +2.
Meanwhile, but in the middle, BMP2, the infantry reinforcements were mismicroed, and they're driving in the middle here. And oh no, the Itos might actually get one of the 2 infantry squads getting sent as reinforcements here by Comatose.
They do
not succeeding.
miss in the end. BMP1, he actually now being on a mission to hunt down the M110s in the middle. F-16 here staying around as defensive fighter, and M1CV is being called in the south. The counter battery does take out another Giacint, as the infantry is engaging in the middle again. The 3 M1A1 Stowe currently being repaired again, not directly in the engagement. Mech Rifle Dragon moving into the engagement once more. The MP2s under fire by an Ito, which can one-shot kill them, as we have another Mi-24V AA moving forward, but there is a pivot at least. The Mech Rifles do take a good amount of damage. M1A1's finally moving in there again, as the BMP-1P Conqueror's about to find the M110, about to finish off the artillery of Penne completely, but at least Penne did do a lot of harm to the Comatose artillery park as well. M1A1's now moving forward. M110 did die now, but the M1A1s should win this engagement against the T-64. First T-64 down, second T-64 in danger now as well. Two M1A1s pretty close, so they deal a lot of damage. T64 in long range, not doing all that much harm to an M1A1. So both T64s fall without any of the M1A1s dying. EMP Rajvetka going down in the south as well. M1 Abrams does finish off the T64 there as well. The M1A1 did die there, but still the M1 CP does get the
Okay,
capture.
now big attack happening in the middle. Two of the Abramses still keep going on. The Comatose infantry counterattack is going to meet the Mech Rifles Dragon in a moment, and from there the Motorsuki PMP might actually get side shots against the M1A1s, and nothing immediately challenging them, which is why the A1s might actually. Okay, well they turn their front armor here. T64 on long range still hits the front armor. Oh, this is a pretty bad situation here. Motostrelke could actually finish this out for Comatose. But
Well,
so far,
the mech rifles are now in between the M1A1 and the M1A1s. One of the M1A1s though driving in alone now. That is not a good idea. Recon situation here is still pretty bad for Pana. Strelas will finish off the Cobra quite quickly. Rajvetka about to get shut down at least. That is a nice little success out of the misery there of losing the Cobra. The M1A1 super low, but still pushing into the fight. T64 does get the shot first though, as the artillery did stand down the M1A1, so finally an M1A1 does fall. TV is being pushed out of the middle though for Comatose, and Anna is getting back into the zone. Mech Rifle Dragon getting back in here, and Comatose is really out of forces. Still is bringing around another T64 into the south. The F-16s here staying far behind, out of troop range for the most part. Did do a good job, but Strelas here still keeping the Cobras at bay. Another Cobra does go down, and Mi-24V flying forward. There is a Stinger on the other side. M1 does get another T64 killed. Hog moving in here. Hog opening up fire against the T64 BVK in the middle. Get the stand down. The M1 Abrams should just move in and finish it off. It's not moving in though, as the Hogs have stunned down the Strela, have routed one of the Strelas, killed off the Strela, and now there's only two T64s here between all the mech rifles and the four Abrams of Penna and the +2 zone. So Penna could maybe now go for the killing blow. Does try to go for the killing blow in the south though, and does overextend there. Loses nearly everything in front of Anna again, and that could be the backdoor now for Comatose to destroy Penna yet again.
yeah, this is Penne like +1, as you said, does not fit. You need +2 or at least +3 at this point with only 4 minutes left. Now, the fact that
will get him to a draw, but won't get him to a victory.
it's in a draw, yeah. But yeah, this is right now. We're going to see the positioning of these two T64s so that they can get their shots off, as we can see here, but not engage on the longest ranges.
But the dragons are really annoying now. This is where the dragons become painful. They also have 230 press damage, the M1A1s. They should now move further forward. Strela in the south, still in danger as well. Comatose is still fully busy in the middle there. The M1A1s in the rear, one of them getting repaired. As the M1CP, the mech rifles, and the one M1A1 now moving on. There are now 4 T64 on the side of Comatose again. So the number game is back in action. The mech rifles overstepping a bit. 2 of them getting gunned down out in the open. There is not a single recon unit here for Comatose, but that leave the forests and did let them get gunned down before the M1A1s were around. You don't want to engage with them on their own. You want to engage with the dragons plus the M1A1s. And yeah, Penna did mess that up. Lost 2 of them. 2 out of 4. Still has 1 more here that kills the supply truck, so the T64 is a bit stranded. The Strela would be a great kill here as well. Then the Hawk could come around and help out big time as well. Another one of the Mech Rifle Dragons does go down. The supply truck on the side of Penna does die as well. One of the T64s does get routed. Mech Rifle Dragon does not fight the Strela. And Penna, only 2 minutes 15 remaining. About to reach the position where it is a draw, but not getting towards the victory right now. Aito will find the Strela. No, won't find the Strela. As another M1A1 is moving up. The one is still in the rear being fully repaired. Dragon finds the side shot kill here, but he needs to move in right now. He just basically needs to A-click everything now and just hope for the best. If he can buy a plane, buy a plane. He instead buys M60s. Those won't be relevant. I believe he should have an A10 left, but maybe he used them both. I only saw one of them being used.
I only saw one as well.
That would have been a better investment at this point, even with the Strelas around. Just this single stress could have helped out. M1 Abrams just needs to move in there now. If he gets the +5, he still... he won't win now anymore, but he would have won if he would have moved a bit quicker.
The panic buys from Comatose, just sending in that command tank there to just physically hold the enemy, just keep them back just a little bit further. And now the Su-25s, MiG-27s were probably waiting there, are now manages to almost destroy the last one, the second last one.
Su-25 doing a good job. M1 Abrams pushing forward, getting a stun down here. Oh no, they're aiming on the Strela now. That's not the right target.
Oh no, T-64 gets a hit.
He does get shot down, but the Su-25 might finish the job. No, it does not. The M1 does make it into the zone. Makes it a +3. With that, the points in the end will be in favor of Panna most likely. But it won't really change much. No, actually he needs 50 points more, and the zone is falling too slowly, so he does not get up to the +5. In the end, it is a draw though between these two here after 40-minute game. So yet another draw here at this day and on this map. Really well played game by both sides. A really, really brutal one. And yeah, just not quite breaking the enemy here in time. Comatose actually with the better KD, but just most of those points being in Air Force, and Penna just with a bit more mobility in the ground in the end, but just not quite early enough to get the victory. So GGVP, nice draw here, and really shows you how competitive the Silver division is currently. Like, no really easy walkovers. Really, really strong games so far.
Oh yeah, like especially the very like deliberate and decisive artillery transition early on, and even knowing that the enemy is going to attack you by M1A1s, which often kind of lures people into buying early air before they know what's happening generally. But 25th here left all of their air assets at the late of the game to fight off enemy kind of breakthroughs, which is probably pretty smart when vast majority of your infantry is transported in these relatively slow BMPs, and you don't really have the flexibility of being a proper infantry division. The focus on first of all, like the Conkers and ATGM positioning were excellent. Like the amount of time that the M1A1s were kept not in actually fighting positions, constantly dependent on other units moving first, other units gaining ground, and that the functional time of those M1A1s was so low, and I think that is probably why this ended up in a draw like this. Just good positioning, good ground taking, just a very, very concentrated battle plan where from Comatose, where there were very few mistakes that were made overall in overextending against the M1A1s. The M1A1s were given pretty few chances to actually just get some free kills, even when they were out there in numbers. And part of it is probably because Penne kept on concentrating and trusting that in the end, the technological supremacy and the scaling into the late game would help him break through that mass. And eventually it did, but did it do that in time? I would argue not. And Comatose here showing that you don't have to do the 4 T64 all in down the road strategy. That there are other strategies that you can also lean on, even though the tank spam and especially the T64s could have been microed way more aggressively early on, and there could have been a strategy where recon helicopters and airplanes could have attacked the side zones while the center would have been left to the enemy. And I'm sure Penny was also thinking about that when investing quite heavily into early on in the sides.
Yeah, insane kill feat here in the end as well. Like that, they just shoot through nearly through everything they had. Will be really interesting to see what they're gonna bring out in the second game. Second game being HDR London versus 39th Guards on Surrounded. So Penna being a person of culture, playing one of the more enjoyable maps. Instead of picking weird maps like Eiche, we're gonna get a cool map like Surrounded. And yeah, see you all in a second with HDR London versus 39th on Surrounded. So here we go. Surrounded map that, especially now that it is a bit darker and you actually can see the zones and so on, has really grown on me. I enjoy this map quite a bit. You have tank combat on the sides, you have interesting combine arms around the middle zone, and then interesting infantry combat in the bit more outer zones of the center, with a lot of artillery play, interesting air decisions to be made, always the potential of an annoying flank coming around the sides, and potential for devastating real line pushes as well, especially through Anna and Gregory cutting off the enemy reinforcements. And yeah, it plays out way more interestingly than I first thought when I saw this skill and the first couple of games played on the map. Um, The engagement ranges here, due to the buildings having decent spacing, are quite interesting as well. The line of sight can be a pain in the ass. You really have to be careful, but with good enough recon, you get rewarded for setting up nice ambushes and being careful enough. And this matchup here, an interesting one as well. Once more, HDR London. We have seen them struggle, but struggle successfully earlier today. And on the other side, we have 39th Guards moving around, or yeah, moving around, not successfully, but like interestingly, they did fall apart in the later parts. Let's see if Penna can do it better here. 39th Guards moving around with a lot of BMP1 PGs here in the middle. Those are going to be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, the not just the gun and the machine gun, but also adding the extra grenade launcher for the BMP1 makes it a very, very good, especially for only 40 points. That's a lot of firepower going out there. And ability to kill weaker infantry units, weaker vehicles with its cannon also, which is often underrated. And the British force here is going to be predictably consisting of the instructor tanks, the Chieftain Mark 1/4s, as well as the Centurion Mark 13s, providing the reservist like the actual HE damage there. And in my experience, this kind of cheap tank blobbing can be very, very powerful on this map. And I generally uh, like to basically attack the enemy's not back point, but the enemy's point on the plateau. Just straight up try to go in there, try to get your firepower into Elena or center and avoid Dimitri, so that you can cut off the forces that most people send into Dimitri and engage kind of at your own leisure. And the but the 39th counter pick for HDR is pretty serious one, considering 39th does get excellent air defense and air power, and it has the sustainability of sending out these Motostrelkis and Pulamechikis and Saperi, not the strongest units overall, but it does have a lot of them, and it is the mechanized forces like the BMP-1 PGs and the T-55 flame tanks, and in the end, of course, the superior T-80s that are going to be that is going to be the scaling fire support path for 39th. 39th can fight off breakthroughs with its Su-25s. It has, I believe, the Su-27s, right? So the absolutely the better air supremacy fighter, and also coups. What the British get, they get a lot of helicopters, they get a lot of decent infantry, and some very, very good infantry that we are not seeing right there in the front line, because those things might be a little bit too much of an investment in the opener. And, nice stuff such as the Ferret Swingfire, which is a 100 kph road speed swingfire launcher that is uh, still going to spend most of its time sitting still unless aggressively microed. And now Rifles patrol units coming in the Kremlin pigs. The Rifles patrol are interesting because they are 7-man squad, which is weaker than most of the British, but it does have the security trait for extra spotting and smoke grenades if you want to micro these units away from the fights. So they might be able to survive against the BMP-1 PGs. We're seeing Comatose open up immediately into the minute 1 T80, which is the correct choice most of the time, and Penne following up with a chieftain and some infantry and some supply, so not really trying to ramp up into the top units.
Yeah,
Comatose. Oh,
I played a game on this map lately with 27th, which also has the TADBV against an HDR played by Hippie. The only issue that also demolished me at that point was Hippie's really good airplay, but the TADBV, together with some solid BMP2 and BMP1 PG play, it is so hard to beat as HDR London. And the TADBV here rolling into the middle, like trying to find a way to get good shots on this will be so tough. You basically have to go for good Carl Gustav's plays, and for that you kind of need smoke, but you don't really want to play with mortars in that division. You don't get a good mortar vehicle in HDR London. So it's how do you set up the fights here in the middle? And the answer is like you kind of don't, and then you just kind of have to hope that your air does it or your AS90s do it. Uh, but both of those are rather unreliable when the enemy has decent air and decent artillery as well.
Yeah, and right now here, Penne seems to be moving to start the attack, and these tanks will be completely superior to BMP ones if they get the engagements. But Comatose has set up some Metis units and the Mi-24 VP with a lot of Kokon missiles that are fired on long range and are fired fast. Those will be taking up pot shots against all of the vehicles. So right now, Comatose not just has the +1 because neither side has contested the northern zone of Anna, and Penne has not captured their position of center, which is not the central point. It is just called center because Warno says ha 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 ha. T80BV now moving into the middle and kind of giving the final fire supremacy call for the moment for the Soviets. Second T80 also coming in, and Mi-24 also moving in to get some ATGM shots off. A BMP-1 leader here, nicely in the middle, even upvetting all of the fighting units.
Nearly taking out the chieftain, nearly taking out the centurion already. Hasn't taken any damage. The Mi-24 VP at least does fall there, but yeah, TADBV already showing why it is such a pain to play against in this matchup. We have a chieftain Mark 9 here, which at least potentially can do some damage in that engagement, but yeah, you usually want to have 3 or 4 of them who actually get a kill against the TADBV, and with the Motos Valkyries here, those infantry launched ATGMs are really, really good as well. Chieftain basically out of the combat as well. And yeah, Penne just not having any angles here right now. And maybe would be off better playing for the flanks, though even that, like, how? I guess with air, I guess with just pure numbers, but the middle here is currently just not going well against the BMP-1 PGs, against the T80BVs. First Centurion has fallen now, and he is not dealing any damage back.
Yeah, this is like an incredible textbook case of how a division like 39s should play here. Just don't even bother about the sides, don't take any risks, just wait for 5 minutes until you have a few rounds of combined arms, of cubes, of airplanes, of T-80s, and artillery sitting back already, another OSA coming in, and then you attack. You don't attack in the opener, that's when your enemy has the supremacy. You wait, and then you attack. And what was Penne doing? Penne was buying more chieftains, and now finally a challenger is coming in with another chieftain instructor tank. But at this point, Penne has already opened up a battle in which the enemy is doing free damage, or not free damage, but is still doing significant damage. This was a big misplay on Penne's part, and I think Penne was probably expecting to get some kind of an engagement where their forces could converge and start doing damage, but Comatose just played it so carefully and so exactly the way you're supposed to. Just don't let them annoy you into engaging. Just be patient for 5 minutes, and you're gonna get into this situation here.
Yeah, the Pulumachikis here with their 3MGs also doing fantastic in the infantry fights. BMP-1 PKR maybe overstepping a bit now, running into the range of the law, but the law not getting the hit. So BMP-1 does actually get the pick up there. The northern zone is being ignored by Comatose right now. Comatose just focusing on the center. Has now another good artillery. We have seen how good Comatose is with artillery in the first game. T-30s now here, keeping the enemy tanks from repairing, really key so that you can finish them off. And yeah, it also shows how important in tournament it is when you are in the first pick to take a division that is really an all-rounder. And HDR on paper kinda looks like one, but in the end it kinda isn't. It is counter-pickable relatively heavily, and in my eyes 39 is one of those heavy counters, and it is played very well here by Comatose right now.
Yeah, it's And it's not like even the wackier parts of HDR, like the helicopter dropped SASG units, the Canberras that can do double bombing runs. None of that stuff was out there in the opener. HDR is being played like a very standard armored infantry division, and it just doesn't perform that way.
Yeah, not in this matchup. There are matchups where you can do it, but this is not the one. And HDR in my book always a counterpick division. There are some matchups where its formation can absolutely wreak havoc. This is not the one. And have we seen a single red unit die? I guess a BMP2, but no, not even the BMP2 has died here. Like, I think a single infantry or 2 infantry units so far have been killed, but the T-80s are still alive, the BMPs are all still alive, the BDR is still around here, and we have seen so many infantry units die. We have seen a tank die, we have seen multiple tanks getting heavily damaged here. Repair on the side of Comatose could be a bit better as well, but has now a Uragan up as well, firing onto a really, really annoying position. The Uragan with the higher damage on the rockets now. Will be interesting to see what it can achieve here now. It is firing directly on 3 chieftains, and the rockets are now starting to fly, and they are coming out quite quickly. Chieftain's also not a fast tank, especially not once stressed, so they won't be able to disengage. First chieftain down, second chieftain about to die, third chieftain about to get killed here as well. Yep, rocket artillery is back in the business in my eyes in Wano. It's not as overperforming as it has been in the early days of Wano, which is good, and it can be counter-batteried, which is good as well. But if you use rocket artillery well now, can exactly achieve things like this and pay off with the first salvo and really bring the game completely out of reach for Penna for a comeback here.
Yeah, there's a forms of recon units that is kind of sieging Anna and opening fire on Penna's guard unit, and but it like the fight will be had in the middle. It's currently Penna's game to prove that they can actually fight off this. Now 10 minutes of build up, 39th balanced combined arms force. There are good tanks. There are mediocre infantry. There are also good infantry, the Motosarchimetis and the Pulamachiki, and just every engagement
Fox gets
is
killed
had in
off.
common.
No, the Challenger gets killed by the stressed out T-80BV, the higher rate of fire of the T-80, which also does not get affected by stress. Really playing in there, the Challenger's lower rate of fire, making one of its big weaknesses in those tank engagements. Like, the Challenger is mostly there to soak damage and kill off light vehicles and lighter tanks. It's not that great against other heavy tanks. It's really making it the weakest of the heavy boys, but that's also why it's the cheapest of the heavy boys. TDB here, we now getting sent down, but it won't get killed off by the swing fire either. Finally, a couple of red units did die there, but nothing of importance. The Saperi in the north overextending a bit, but the artillery will fire onto the guards leader. The 80s will get more and more, and eventually they nearly have pushed off the enemy from the plateau, and eventually they will just be able to push to Feodor. Don't have good enough ATGM forces to keep that from happening. Uragan number 2 actually arrived. That's how many points our player in red has available, and they are now going for blood. The Humber CV likely will go down here. Chieftain, not quite. The Humber goes down. The swing fire does go down as well, and the Chieftain just barely survives here, it seems like, as the last rockets do land there. Yeah, and
Penna's infantry manages to conquer the center zone, but with no AT weapons, they can't deal with the BMP-1.
yeah, we have the 25 pounders. They can be annoying. They can be good in drawn out fights. They can be nice to bait the enemy into counter battery so that your AS-90s can then kill off the enemy with counter battery. But this is not the game that we're fighting here. Like, Penna did not set it up well enough for being defensively stable. He kind of tried to set up a game where he could push into the enemy a bit, but did not really have the setup for it, and the enemy did just have more for that grind fight. Won the grind fight, pushed him out, And now Pena brings the artillery for the really drawn-out grind fight, but just doesn't have the support for it anymore. Like the 25-pounders, they can be so good on this map, and there are really good matchups for them on this map, but it's likely not this one. In the north, the BMP-1 is helping out. Pena maybe could find some successes here. If Pena could achieve a breakthrough of some Foxes or so in the north, maybe hunt down the Euroguns, all of that could be big. Right now, though, the Euroguns are just setting up for devastation in the center. The D30 about to get counter battery killed. Did survive the last shot there. No, it wasn't the last shot. D30 does go down. Yeah, is-90 does its job. So that is all great. But how do you win the frontline engagements? And the answer likely is just won't.
Yes, as much as I love seeing the 25 pounders in action here, rare British World War II vintage getting shown in here. In practice, yeah, Harriers getting shot down by the massive frontline air defenses here, and behind every potential engagement, there is always a T-80 waiting
Yeah,
to participate in the engagement if you commit to them.
Storm in the north also shuts down the Fox that maybe could have done the ambushing part. So the Storm S there in a really good position. T80 BVK now being brought up to conquer Aina, but the Saparis and T80 BV is just sitting into the zone. And HDR London has the issue of being the only British division without the access to a law 80, and the Carl Gustav is just not quite cutting it in those fights against T80 BVs. If you would have low 80s, you still could just overwhelm it, because Carl Gustav is slow firing and is also not high enough pen to deal multiple hit points of damage. The low 80 is rapid firing and also does deal multiple hit points of damage per hit, especially with side hits. It does fantastic damage, but even with frontal hits, it does multiple hit points of damage, so that you can finish off TADBV with a couple of low 80 squads frontally, or at least bring it so close that anything just looking at it, any tank of yours can finish it off. Instead, the guards called Gustav just get overrun here in the north. Now only the guards leader is left. That is being found by the Quenser now as well. He's being killed off there by the Quenser, and with that, the tick is going to start here for our player in red, and the plateau is basically completely gone here. Carl Gustav guards and Centurion will find one BMP2 in the south, and yep, the 25 pounders are doing exactly what you want them to do. Like, I believe this is kind of the gameplay why I picked this division first on this map. It can be phenomenal. I have been suffering against this as well before on this map, but it's not good in this matchup, and that's why you don't first pick this division.
Yeah. It's like HDR is one of those divisions that you really shouldn't be first picking due to their like issues with the fundamentals. Like at the point when you're picking in PFI for the second game, there is 14 divisions have already been banned. It's pretty likely that at least one of those divisions out there has a solid core of main battle tanks, something like 7th Panzer or 1st Tankova or 19th Motostealth, like 20th Panzer. A lot of those divisions that can just bring out a nice solid core of fighting forces early on, and that you won't necessarily be able to
Guards Carl Gustav they don't get the side shot. They only get the route, and now there's no tank to follow it up, and the Euroguns now doing the big evil counter battery. A bit mit Kanonen auf Spatzen schießen in my eyes. To use a German proverb there, shooting with cannons onto pigeons, as the Euroguns going counter battery against the cheap and not all that dangerous 25 pounders. Just shows you how much resources our Comatose has available here to kind of waste the Eurogun for that duty. Eurogun does get killed in counter battery here, so there are still successes here. The AS-90 is a fantastic little counter battery vehicle, but it's just no frontline here.
Yeah,
It
and
is
also the tornado shot down the Su-27.
Me 8 MTPI moving forward.
Spotting those QF 25 pounders.
Me 8 MTPI moving forward. Chieftains, challengers, disengaging, arts leaders moving forward, trying to maybe find a way in there, as the T80BVK in the north does get taken out, but yeah, the T80BV numbers are just too high, and now we still have 4 of them remaining in the middle. We have only 2 tanks on the other side. At least one of them is a Shelly 2, but the other one is a Mark 1 Chieftain, and that one is
Ooh.
still firing the heat rounds, so it only will deal 1 damage no matter the range. Against those TDBVs, Bloodhounds get killed off in the center as well. We do see the Canberra EV plane, warfare plane here now, trying to bait OSAS and Coops out, but like, you would need a massive investment into air to try overwhelming this right now, and you can't afford that with all the things that are going on the ground. The Hell Arm maybe can buy a bit more time, but the tick is already going on. Like, Comatose does not need much more than this. He only needs to stabilize right now, and that should be absolutely possible while still getting a kill here or there. ADBV will finish off the Javelin here, for example. Could then help out with the swing fire potentially. 25 pounders. Keep on hitting against the Pulmachikis here. There's more guards trying to get around here, taking the wrong road up the hill. But yeah, the Pulmachikis are just falling.
Yeah, and once again, even when there's guards moving up here, there are T80s waiting in the sidelines here and waiting to engage whenever whenever the enemy commits to anything.
Yeah, guard Carl Gustav setting up here, essentially capable of moving forward. T80BVK moving in now in the north. Swingfire out of Swingfire missiles. Northern one still has some, but not really having that much of a window of opportunity here. Will fire, but likely not have enough time on target. Get that missile there. If it would be a side shot, no. Won't be able to get there on target. So Pick will go up to a +2. Guards Carl Gustav will try to push back in there. But as I said, like, the Carl Gustav is not a good enough AT weapon to deal with the T80s. It just won't be able to do the difference, and you can't do the smoke play. If you could set up the smoke play here to use your SASGs and co in the middle, but you don't have a good smoking vehicle like some of the French divisions, or like even the Panzermörser of the Germans with this division. So you would have to use mortar teams, which are really easy to counter battery, and a lot of micro, and yeah, Panda just not up for that. And without smoke play, you just can't beat the enemy in this matchup.
Yeah, I believe it was Penne in the Fat Kid and Penne duo that are running this little tournament. That was Penne who wanted the pick and ban system to reflect more of the secondary divisions. So it could be that they have maybe been hoisted by their own petard a little bit by being too excited to play HDR competitively.
Well, HDR, as I think it's a good counter pick division. Yeah, but yeah,
Yep.
don't count first pick it, otherwise you will end up like this. Really, really solid games out of Comatose. Like really consistent Soviet mech play. Kinda in the first game, stumbling a bit through the early game. The M1A1's engagements and so on, not that great. Found his footing there. Just, yeah, second game, Comatose never gave them a chance. So in the end, Comatose winning here with 1.5 to 0.5. And what a day. Really good series. 3 fantastic series in my eyes. Like,
Silver Division looking quite competitive, looking like there are a lot of people who can beat each other, and I'm a bit scared of some of these opponents. Like, I don't want to face Comatose for sure. Um, Making it into the playoffs, which uh, is already a given from on my end. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of people like Comatose now.
I'm not. Bring it on.
Yeah, I mean, people want to see the Chloride versus Protoss game, so we kind of have to make that happen, right? I'm not quite sure when that is actually possible, if it's going to be the grand finals or not, but yeah, that's for sure where I want to be. And I also want to play Super Shavi if possible in it, but we will see how that all goes. Yeah, for now, this is going to be it for today. Thanks everybody for watching. Yeah, any final
Yes,
words from
and
you?
everybody, I'm posting it in chat again. I'm posting it in the YouTube chat. If you click this link, it is a European Central Bank survey on the design of the next uh, euro bills, and there are insane philistines that have incredibly bad opinions about this. I don't need you to form any of those opinions on yourself. I don't trust you with it. You are going out there and you're downvoting everything except D. D is the good one. D is the only one that is artistically interesting, doesn't have people in it, and also it literally has the bird singing pattern waveform uh, as part of the security measures. You don't want to have historical people out there because that's always just going to be annoying when people complain about it, and it's always going to be a political choice. So many of the depictions of like corporate Memphis art, like we can see on screen right now, just don't belong in official art, in my opinion. And the only design that actually, in my opinion, shows the European institutions that are often described in these proposals in an interesting way is design proposal D. Close your mind and just trust me on this. I have better taste than you. Go and vote for D. Thank you.
We have to find D here now, so that
You have to just keep clicking them. Unfortunately, no. It shows them to you randomly, and a lot of them do have internal variations. Some of these are despicable. Some of these are like actually really bad, and some of them are like the J proposal here, for instance. Like they're not awful, but I just don't see them as Euro proposals.
so yeah, go for the burps, guys. Go for the burps.
Yeah,
The good burps with some interesting.
this is the best one. Absolutely.
It's for sure a good
Just like
one.
look at the waveform there, and also look at the human hands being used there at like a little bit of subtle usage of human persona, not those horrible like corporate advertising human creatures. Instead, just having the hands out there symbolizing, and then the European Union flag or the symbols, the stars being right there in the middle of those four transparent forms, which both makes it artistically interesting and but doesn't just plop like a little like a horrible illustration of a glass and steel building in the middle of the thing.
I just wonder if Europe is really equally represented by these birds. We will see. But yeah.
Birds don't much like the euro. Birds go throughout borders and are also created by the European Central Bank. Aim duty. I will fight you on the street.
This
No
one,
Beethoven.
oh my
You
god,
can have a Beethoven. You can have Beethoven on your wall. You're not going to
this
give an
one is
excuse for the Romanians
absolutely
to complain about Western
Beethoven.
European imperialism.
So yeah, everybody have a good night.